Fuck you. Huh? What you doing? You gonna shoot me in front of everybody? Huh? Come on. Oh, what you gonna do?
She's supposed to hand me my money. Here's a jar right here, 20%.
Oh, you got the jar?
That's right.
Get the fuck out of here, Frank. Oh, what you gonna do? What the fuck you gonna do, Frank? Huh? What you doing? You gonna shoot me in front of everybody? Huh? Come on. Oh, what you gonna do? What the fuck you gonna do, Frank? Huh? What you doing? You gonna shoot me in front of everybody? Huh? Come on. Me in front of everybody? Get the fuck out of here, Frank. Oh, what you gonna do? What the fuck you gonna do, Frank? Huh? What you doing? You gonna shoot me in front of everybody? Huh? Come on. What you gonna do, Frank? Huh? What you doing? You gonna shoot? Oh, you got the jar?
That's right.
Get the fuck out of here, Frank. Oh, what you gonna do? What the fuck you gonna do, Frank? Huh? What you doing? You gonna shoot me in front of everybody? Huh? Come on. What you gonna do? What you gonna do, Frank? Huh? What you doing? You gonna shoot me? Get the fuck out of here, Frank. Oh. fuck out of here, Frank. Oh, what you gonna do? What the fuck you gonna do, Frank? Huh? What you doing? You gonna shoot me in front of everybody? Huh? Come on.
So long as you go up there and kill those clout sons of bitches.
Children, old people,
Children, old people, church
you understand
people,
me?
you understand me? I want
you to shoot up every
goddamn thing you see.
Huh? What you doing? You gonna shoot me in front of everybody? Huh? Come on.
So long as you go up there and kill those clout sons of bitches.
Children, old people,
Children, old people, church
you understand
people,
me?
you understand me? I
want you to shoot up every
goddamn thing you see.
You gonna shoot me in front of everybody? Huh? Come on.
Everyone has their eyes on you and is expecting great things from you. Most of all, your race is looking forward to your success. Don't let them down. And damn you, don't let me down!
We mentioned earlier where Trump will...
Meanwhile,
areas of northern Arkansas, the Ozarks, and spots like southern
glad we
Missouri.
went over that.
That's where we've had the worst of the actions throughout the day and evening time. I think spots of northern Kansas and Missouri, like Kansas City, of course, I think you could be having a quick passing shower and you'll be doing good. By the way, that's what I'm talking about right there. I love it. I almost can't focus right now because I'm thinking about that good old Kansas City barbecue that's happening in the tailgates right now. I'd have a tough time getting to the game, but of course they're the only undefeated team in the league, so I think a lot of people are going to be inside the stadium. Where do we stand tomorrow, right? Because this is day 3 in a row of severe weather for the Southern Plains. And thankfully for tomorrow, it'll be another day of severe storms. But notice this, a very low-end opportunity. You're looking at southern Arkansas down through the Gulf Coast. And this is going to be, I think, the remnants.
damn nigga, money, fuck.
Really going to be early
Oh my gosh.
and then poll falls apart. But keep this in mind, if you are going out to vote, of course, we think about Election Day tomorrow. This is a perfect opportunity to have those notifications turned on. That way you can avoid those storms as you head towards the polls.
Now let's take it back towards the southeast where we have a multi-day flash flood threat that's going to be getting underway in parts of the southeast. Looking out towards the most southern point of Florida, this is just off the Keys, about 90 miles north of Cuba. Notice that the waves are starting to crash ashore and the winds are picking up there too. Not too much of a concern for folks as they're still out and about enjoying their evening, but we're going to see rain come moving into some of these areas that are in desperate need of them, but it may elude or end in a flash flood threat. So looking over the latter half of this week, there's a couple of things that we're watching, one of which are these frontal passes closer to home that are going to be bringing in a lot of rain for most of the southeast. Notice that central portions of Georgia as well as southern portions of South Carolina, that's where we can see some of the heavier totals come moving through as we go through at least Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And then we have a bit of the cone here from Raphael, so that may also add insult to injury down the line with some heavy rain across parts of the region. Let's take it day by day. So into tomorrow evening, we will have a couple of showers stretching across parts of the southeast. This is an area that is significantly dealing with drought in a lot of different big cities from Birmingham through Atlanta, back into Macon, as well as even Savannah. So these are areas that will get in on these frontal fronts that are going to push through and add insult to injury in terms of heavy rain over really dry soil. By the time Friday rolls around, here's a look at where potentially Raphael could make way across parts of the United States Gulf Coast. Very weak in nature as we are looking at that point of deteriorating storm, but it also may bring in more heavy rain across the southeast. And this particular area is an area that doesn't need any more rain. Where we do need the rain are areas that are shaded in the brown, where we've been in a bit of a deficit. We've been looking at a long streak from areas in South Carolina through Georgia, including Atlanta, where we're past a month of seeing any measurable rain across the city.
And Kiana, let's talk about the other season that's been looming around, and a lot of people have gotten a little taste of it, about to get the main course over the next several days for spots like Colorado. Here's Boulder, Colorado, right just outside of Denver. They had some snow. That's about to form as it moves through southeastern Colorado, and that means some big snow for the Rockies. And so notice that's what's actually triggering a lot of this severe weather out east of it. You'll see that from areas of northern New Mexico, I-40 corridor up I-25,
pretty
still
early.
into that winter storm warning throughout the day today. And we look at the potential for that snow. Anytime you see that orange to peach color emerge, I mean, you're talking feet of snow, 2 feet plus. Remember, this is out towards northern New Mexico, southern Colorado.
Didn't y'all just like have a flood? No, it was somewhere else. Yeah, it was like right there, right?
That's where you can cash in on the big snow. Albuquerque, their average monthly snow, they're usually waiting for December. I mean, this is November, but they usually have less than an inch of snow. And they're about to get much that comes in early in the month. I mean, in the first week of November, and they're about to get that big snow. Notice below me, there's spots out west that have already felt this.
Oh, it's coffee. Tastes terrible. I love it. Tastes like somebody spit in it. It's amazing.
Areas of the south and southwest. We just talked about big snow. So what happens tomorrow, Keanu, when so many people start...
My eyes hurt.
Will they be impacted by the weather?
I mean, it's just...
How are you not voted, Kyle?
It depends on how you... Are you going to plan your day around your weather? Are you going to tune into the Fox Weather app, look at the radar, and say, I have a good window between 4 and 5 to go out and cast my vote? That's my best suggestion.
No, that's a great point, because oftentimes with our app, you can put it into motion.
There was this one time.
Or they give those little bulletins.
It's like that vacation you want. You can use features like instant pay.
My friend, he was talking to his father,
times a day.
and it was election day, and he's telling him that like he doesn't vote today, and I'm like, cuz it's election day. They're not going to take your vote after today, cuz you can't vote after election day. What are you talking about? Who told you that you don't vote today?
Population 400.
The
I
fuck?
had 24 kids in my class. A bunch of cousins in there. But the thing you learn when you grow up in that small town is you understand what it means to take care of your neighbors. Same thing that happens when you
Holy shit.
You start to understand that your neighbors and it matters. Together, working towards the common good. Those are the values that animated Kamala and
Hey, Dad, can we let the lie to you like that?
Tomorrow, we'll be able to the rest of us.
My eyes hurt too much.
And you saw on the National Mall what a president.
That blue light. I was like, I'll filter the blue light by making the black and white.
A president for all Americans.
Save my eyes.
For us and those
There you go. For you.
She and I we've lived this experience. We're relying on that experience every single day at the White House. Day one, she'll be focused on lowering the cost of living for families and put more money back in the pockets of middle-class Americans. An opportunity agenda that makes housing more affordable, makes it easier to start a small business, makes it easier to care for our loved ones, and yeah, make this country more free. When Kamala and I talk about freedom, we mean the people should be free to make their own decisions about health care and education, not politicians.
Here for the facts. That's it.
Dignity by
Yeah, good luck if you believe in democracy. I voted for myself. It was the only responsible thing for me to do.
The freedom to send our kids to school without worrying they'll be shot dead in their classroom.
Dixiecrats.
I know guns. I'm a veteran.
There is no difference, cuz it's the same party.
Can uphold the Second Amendment, which we've always done.
They're like party lines change or some bullshit. I'm not gonna vote for either one of them, cuz Chris Matthews can tell you that you throw your vote away as much as you want to, but like, hey, cut.
Their lives
Yeah.
at stake in this election.
I don't have to bank with you.
More than 20 states now have abortion bans. And our
We're not
daughters
carpooling together on this shit.
now have fewer rights than their mothers and grandmothers.
It'll be like you wasted your money on the car unless you bought a Ford. Like, yeah, tell Chrysler 300 over there.
The law of the land. President Harris will.
Go tell them niggas in the Chrysler building.
Because Kamala said it and we all know it. We are not going back.
That, like, you know, they should have bought a Ford Focus or something. Tell old boy with his Chrysler 300 that he should have bought a Honda Civic.
So Milwaukee, I'm here today on behalf of Kamala Harris and myself to humbly ask you for your votes.
It'd be like if you didn't buy chips.
We're not taking anything for
we're not eating peanut butter. Nah, Skippy. I like Skippy.
We're in the last 2 minutes of this game.
If it ain't Skippy, I'm not eating it, bro. It'll be like, you know, if you didn't join the army, you're not even in the military. Okay, man. Hey, that's what you think.
Best team with the people right here in this room.
Good luck saying that shit to the Navy, car. I know it's more water than land, so, you know, who's really fighting?
What an opportunity in our time to be living in
Ain't too many, like, army soldiers worried about their fucking tank sinking.
To make a difference in people's lives, to improve their lives. And there's going to come a time for all of you. I know if you're young, you're not thinking it, but it will come.
Like, well, the army stormed the beach, but how'd they get to the beach? By water, huh?
And a little one's going to come up. They just came from school, where they're learning the history of the 2020 presidential election in the United States. What did you do when you protected the American experiment? When the rule of
look, alright, think about it like this. This is the last way I'm gonna put this shit to you, probably ever. Where, like, you know, if I was there when they stormed the beach and this shit happened right here, like, who would fucking believe you? Nobody believe you, cuz. Nobody would believe you. You be telling your grandkids, and they're like, whatever the fuck, grandpa.
When that little one asked you, what did you do?
Wouldn't nobody believe this shit happened? That's the point right there. No Saving Private Ryan. The movie never happens. War's over.
To a better future. 24 hours. 24 hours to make a difference. So I know this state knows a little something about winning.
That's my answer.
Wisconsin, win this thing for America. Let's go.
You're like Hiroshima, Nagasaki. Man, you sure? Cause you dropped 2, nigga. I dropped like, I don't know, 7. Let's see, it's 3 right here. 2, 3.
Election day on the eve. You see the signs behind him, vote, encouraging people to get out and vote. We have plenty more campaigns.
4, 5.
Including in the key state of Pennsylvania. I'm Eddie Mac. We're back after this.
Putin's
army
has unleashed unthinkable evil since invading Ukraine, torturing Christian leaders, destroying churches, and burning.
We can't forget Mexico and Brazil. Oh, too old for this, man. Now that I'm like officially 30, I mean, I gotta do grown folk shit, and like keeping you around is not part of the plan, as I've made like super fucking clear. None of y'all are part of the next step, cuz whether you like it or not, you're not part of it.
I haven't heard any.
The next step does not involve you.
Keep fighting. What motivates you to keep going?
I'm mainly motivated by.
Really, there's no space for you in the next step, which is why you're probably gonna get washed the fuck away by some flood. Yeah, because that's happening.
Intense weather has blasted millions across the central U.S. over the weekend.
We had a nice dry streak.
A lot of damage. The aerial area just showing a swath of destruction after tornadoes left their mark on the Sooner State. We're now tracking a new round of light.
Why not just let you get washed away, right? Come on.
It's the severe season, but also the tropical season.
Dried it out so, you know, your shit can roll.
The Caribbean already bracing for the strong wind.
Imagine you don't have to imagine the casualties. You're going to be part of them, actually.
What's happening right now and what you can expect.
Wow.
First, though, we're going to highlight everything we were just talking about. When you look at this severe like Oklahoma, a lot of that energy in Arkansas. This is a level
I'm too old to like keep giving a fuck. Not that I really cared at all in the first place.
We'll get more on Raphael. Let's
jump into it could keep raining and, you know, as if your roads will be destroyed. And, yeah. The emergency motherfuckers won't be able to make it to you. Blah, blah, blah. They'll have to send a helicopter and they still won't be able to reach you.
But also confirmed tornadoes. Both of those are in Missouri. Let's dive into what we are seeing right now on radar. We'll get through the tools. We'll show you everything that we are seeing here on the ground. So we look at this area.
This will just collapse. Bridges will collapse. Blah, blah, blah.
This is where it's most likely to happen. And where do we have the
you'll have mudslides and shit.
That's where you have confirmed tornadoes. Sam,
landslides.
Or if this was something that was just radar indicated.
Look at Spain. I think Spain's a great example for you.
And this is PDS. Remember, particularly dangerous situation.
You know, the irony is that, like, time zone wise,
over the weekend, this is not the time of year they expect.
Spain's kind of, I don't know, based on perspective, it's like in the future. I say it's in the past because it already happened, but like whatever. I heard this discussion, this debate. Actually, in Australia, you know, to some degree, like you live in the future, but like, you know, on paper, you know, the shit already happened for you, right? So, like, I have more time than you. I live in the future compared to you. Yeah, like, based on the date, you might live in the future, but based on time, like I do, because your time already passed, but mine's did not.
Notice this is the topography. You'll see that there's these ripples throughout. That is so I am hoping that the debris ball is showing you tree damage and that have been snapped.
It's like, yeah, you reached the date first, but you know, for me, that date has yet to happen, so I'm in the future. Am I not?
Those areas are under.
What's today? Today is the 4th, so like in Australia, it's November 5th, right? Meaning, like, on paper, that is, it's the past.
And Corey, can you walk us through what you are seeing? I see you're just to the south.
Whatever happened on November 5th for them already happened. November 5th has not happened for me.
Kind of backed off on the chasing. We were.
It's 11:30 a.m. in Melbourne. They're 16 hours ahead tomorrow. So, like, you know, when it's 11:34 for me on November 5th, that's the future for them.
You have to plan ahead. I mean, the storms are pretty spontaneous. Like, you want to get on them as fast as you can, but big thing is try to plan the right. Basically guesstimating, you know, if you get a wall cloud developing, you know, if you
based on math,
is it too soon or is it too late, and it's definitely way more difficult than just out in the plane.
Hey, Corey, I just want to get your insight. It looks like in southern Missouri,
you already had your 5th.
Those look like some discrete cells. They're ahead of the main line. For the most part today, it seems like most of these have been popping up in a
waiting for an email from somebody.
Still there? I think I lost you.
Hey, Corey, hey, just asking you, when we look at these clusters that are popping up in southern Missouri, it looks like these are more discrete cells ahead of the main line than what we saw earlier in the day.
Maybe not. Whatever, G. Public, whatever. I can't believe some of y'all haven't voted. The idea that some of y'all didn't vote already. Freaky. Over here we're neutral. Some like neutral ground. That's a good question. What's neutral ground? Like it's water on both sides. I'm on the bridge. Nah, I don't think so. That's not a good one. Okay, like, you know, your left hand and your right hand, neither one of them have a brain. I think that's a great way about it. Your left hand don't have a brain and your right hand don't have a brain. Whether it's paper or plastic, you probably still gonna put that shit in a bag. Some other neutral shit. Maybe you got one of them tote bags. Yeah, you go to the grocery store to get your bags. I bring my own bags to the grocery store. Take my own bag to the goddamn grocery store, nigga. What's another one? Left or right? What else applies? There's like so much stuff. Fake, right, fake. Man, biscuits, dude. There's so much stuff. I don't know, like, I can give you so many, man. What's something like on the stream? I mean, you see, nigga, like I'm in the middle of the fucking stream, in the middle of the screen, neutral ground, middle of the fucking screen. Okay, I don't think it's a perfect vertical alignment, but that's like kind of the point.
She's moving, she's moving.
Shits that I think about like for absolutely no reason right now when I'm like trying to make this example is why the fuck did Cinderella's glass slipper not disappear? Cause she like just taking like, if she like took her fucking, you know, like her tiara, or if she took both the fucking slippers off, right, like would they just stay like that, or like what the fuck? Why is the glass slipper just they're like the magic wears off at midnight, but like, you know, it's like losing a slipper. Like, how does that work, right? How the fuck did she even manage glass slippers in the first place? Holy shit. Them glass slippers, like, I guess they're magically made, but like they had to be uncomfortable as fuck, right? Like, damn, you got her wearing glass shoes? Holy fuck, what kind of fucking psychopath shit is this? Sounds like a horror movie, right? Ooh, you got glass heels on? Damn, bitch, what the fuck? I don't know. What a strange tale Cinderella is, right? She's like, yeah, at midnight, you know, I'm going back to being a basic bitch, but not them shoes. Which one's like, you know, more important? Like Dorothy's ruby slippers or them glass slippers? Who was like a Cinderella? You're like a single woman. You should definitely be out till midnight with your sisters, you know, who are like totally gonna beat your ass when you get home. Like, you sure you should be out like that late? Just for like her general safety. It's like, alright, you know, if she could turn like fucking like mice into horses, I mean, what other type of shit are you dealing with, right? Like, holy fuck. You see fucking Sleeping Beauty over there? I mean, like, an apple put her in a fucking coma. You sure you should even be like outside at all? Where's your fucking hunting rifle? Holy fuck. You don't have a crossbow or nothing? Yeah. You think about the idea that like Cinderella is happening with all this other fucking like weird shit. You see what happened to that nigga who got turned into a beast Cinderella? You sure you wanna be out going to some princess, whatever the fuck, they'll turn you into like a fucking teapot or some shit. Look at what happened to his servants, cuz. They got turned into fucking like utensils, cuz. So like I think it's one of the maids where you're like, you know, or like the butler who gets turned into like a fucking candle. Like, holy fuck, what the fuck? He was like, yeah, he was some 6'6", good-looking piece of shit son of a bitch, and now he's like a fucking candelabra, like, whoa, that's pretty wild. Some witch turns like some little kid into a teacup, you think about that, alright? That's some fucking nightmare shit, ain't it? Look what happened, little boy. Oh, you got turned into a teacup, huh, man? Whoa.
Please welcome United States Senator Sean.
Tough stuff, dude. Some sick shit. Yeah. You got turned into a teacup, freaky.
Guess what? The next president of America,
like, that's a fucking dark ass story, ain't it? Come on now.
Don't you
So like they're drinking from like your fucking brain, right? I mean, you're a teacup. They pour liquids in your brain and like, you know, drink out of your empty head. Whoa.
Right now, the country's all obsessed with
What kind of fucking horror story is this, they're like some little indentured servant, probably, maybe, who knows.
Pick the president.
Gets turned into a teacup.
We all understand that Pennsylvania is going to appoint the next team that's going to leave America, and that's going to be Harrison Walls.
They're like, yeah, only true love is blah 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 can like make you stop being a teacup, cause otherwise you're gonna be a fucking teacup for the rest of your life. You're never gonna grow up. You're gonna be a little kid that's a teacup for fucking ever.
We're here in my backyard.
I'm like, you're the witch that turned a little boy into a teacup, right? Yeah, we probably should kill her, right? I mean,
Pennsylvania for Harrison Walls.
the fuck? You sure you want to live in that type of world, where like your god lets like little kids, your kids get turned into a teacup?
The next president and vice president. Thank you, Pittsburgh. Thank you.
Not only that, they like still have to serve this nigga, they like literally get turned into fucking serving equipment.
And activist Andra
Not me. Give it up for our future president, Kamala Harris. Yes.
They're like, hey, we just work here. Gets turned into a teacup.
So I'm super happy to be back here in Pittsburgh, y'all. I basically lived here for 4 months while we were filming The Deliverance.
Alright, some like, I don't know, you work at like some shipping, I don't know, maybe you like work at like an Amazon facility or something, and they're like, yeah, we're gonna turn you into like a label for the boxes, we're gonna turn you into a box, cause you like, you know, till your boss finds, till they get their groove back or some bullshit like that. I have no fucking idea. No, my bad. Beauty and the Beast is a horror movie. Beauty and the Beast teacup. Because, so, I mean, why'd the little kid get turned into a teacup? Just like, whoops. And you see, I mean, like he's chipped, cut. Like he's got brain damage or something. They're like their boss. He gets turned into a Sasquatch or something. But like everybody else, they get turned into like fucking items. And they'll be like, such and such is the villain. Like, not the motherfucker that turned like their whole family into a fucking like a tea set cut. Can you like really say he's the villain, man? I mean, what the fuck? Makes you question, like, you know, Bell's like humanity in the first place, right? Like, hey, how are you okay with like staying in this motherfucking castle? It is truly the idea that like Belle is like, she thinks that the motherfucker that turned them into like a tea set won't come back and just turn all y'all into like fish or something. Like, so the motherfucker that turned them into like, you know, the teacup and the teapot, like they're still out there just doing whatever the fuck they feel like, huh? You don't think you should do something about that? Little strange, G. They're a little teapot, but like they're a teacup. So your instant reaction probably when your teacup starts talking is like, you're gonna drop that motherfucker like, hey, you just killed a little kid. Oh my gosh. You killed like a 5-year-old cut. Hey, but you're like, you're okay with it, right? Beauty and the Beast transformation. Beauty and the Beast curse. That's another ICBM for you. They want it that way. They said they want it that way. If the audio doubles up, like, oh well, fuck you. Well, excuse me. Better out than in, no? A gaseous life form. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Look, there's like no moral to the story with this. They're just like literally a witch. I'll tell you how we solved this shit. Right.
Get the fuck out of here, Oh, what you gonna do?
This is what I would have did.
Huh? You gonna shoot me in front of everybody? Huh? Come on.
That's what I would have did. What's there to feel bad about, cuz? Like, cuz, you're a witch. There's no moral to the story, cuz. Been like, hold on, let me get the crossbow. Where the comments at? Like, hey lady, if you cold, I mean, like, what the fuck did you come here for? It's probably cold as fuck in that castle, guys. What are you talking about? Niggas ain't got heating and shit. What the fuck? I like, what do you? Like, it's a castle. It's probably cold as fuck in there. They got like a fireplace or two. You gonna let the witch into your house? Like, man. I would have immediately like drawn her picture on a tree and put some nails in that motherfucker. This really is. This is like some Rita shit from Power Rangers, ain't it? Like, oh, you got cursed by a witch, huh? Cause you like wouldn't give her what she wanted, man. I'm like, what is this role supposed to? Sleeping Beauty. Snow White. There you go. Yeah, I know we've been over this one before, huh? Like, you fell for it too, didn't you? Ooh. You wonder why the mermaids was going to drown Wendy. Yeah, I can imagine when they like when the bitch went to Cinderella to his castle, he was like, nah, kill that bitch. Even Maleficent don't do bullshit like that. I mean, like, think about this shit, cuz. Pretty freaky. Like, yeah, you eat this apple, and I'm gonna be real with you, cuz she just like, I think she like ends up falling asleep or something. Yeah. That's 2 more ICBMs to 3 ICBMs, 4 ICBMs. Mirror. She was like, mirror, mirror, let's keep it real. Which bitch around here is the most true? She's like, mirror, mirror, let's get real. Who's the bitch that is the most true? She's like, mirror, mirror, let's be real. Who's the bitch the queen must kill? Just doing science and shit, cause Dr. Pepper. No way poisoning the motherfucker with a poison apple. It's some shit for kids, cuz they'll be like, hey kids, you know, don't take that apple for Halloween. It's got a fucking razor blade in it. Not like it's gonna poison you and you're gonna fucking fall asleep and die. Nope, just a razor blade, not like you. Alright, you know, they'll be like, the Wreck-It Ralph thing, where they're like, you know, they're a princess, but like it's always some woman doing this shit to them, right? Little Mermaid, Sleeping Beauty, Snow White, Wreck-It Ralph princesses. Okay, maybe not always a woman, just like usually. Woman by some witch who's a woman, kidnapped by a woman. Most Disney villains are women. Ursula, Maleficent, Queen of Hearts, Cruella de Vil, whatever the fucking the evil queen's name is. We could like keep going through. In Hercules is like, in Heracles is Hera. It's not really Hades. I don't know why they tried to make Hades the villain in the first place. Kinda weird. Some woman doing it to another woman. And most of the classic ones. In Cinderella, it's her sisters and her stepmother. I mean, come on, G. Sleeping in Beauty and the Beast, it's, you know, the witch that turns the nigga, and the little, like the everybody in the goddamn castle in the fucking items, cuz they have this trope where they're like, you know, it's like some fucking gay man is the villain. Like, nah, nigga, it's usually women. Fucking Tangled, it's like her fucking, whoever the fuck it is that kidnaps her, pretending to be her mom. Heracles villain Hera. I'm not sure why they tried to make Hades the villain, cause it makes no sense. Really strange, man. In the Bible, they're like, it's Lilith that turns into the fucking serpent. Weird. Snow White villain. Snow White villain. She said, who was the most true? Said, magic mirror, let's get real. Which bitch around here is the most true? Little Mermaid villain. With the Little Mermaid, it was like back to back. Even her sister shows up. Her skinny ass anorexic sister. When you think about like the fact that Ursula is like pretty much way more powerful than pretty much anybody. Ain't nobody going down there after her. Well, Ursula is super overpowered because it's like not even comparable. She's like the most powerful character like by like the whole fucking ocean, cause she like takes the trident and she could basically control like the whole fucking planet. Cinderella villain. Whose sisters Cinderella over there being like the fourth Powerpuff Girl and shit. Tangled villain. Freaky. Yeah. Who made you kill Meg? Heracles. Who was that? It won't Hades cut. Nah, so Zeus was like, yeah, his wife made Heracles kill his wife, but he's like, here's some like labors to make you feel better about like Zeus's wife. making you kill your whole family, basically. There's some other ones I'm not thinking of. What's another? What am I neglecting? Snow White. Sleeping Beauty villain. Hey man, I didn't make these stories. It wasn't me, I didn't do it. They'll be like, you gotta be rescued by some big strong man. Like, well, I mean, which woman did it to you exactly? I'm not saying it's always the case. It's just like, you know, with the most iconic ones it is, right? Now, which one of them ladies did it to you exactly? You tell me. It wasn't some wizard that did it. It's like such a trope, like it being a witch, that they had to get Hermione to be Belle. And like Maleficent is like a fairy or something. Alice in Wonderland villain. Here we go. She said, bitches ain't shit. So what's her face? The queen of such and such. Beowulf villain. Bitches ain't shit, but ba 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 ba. Beowulf versus Deborah. Of course you can beat Cell, cuz it's like no question. What are you talking about? Did you not play the fucking game? Go play Xenoverse, where like Gohan just instantly bodies Cell, where I can't get the fucking Supreme God clothes because of this shit. Hey. Anyway, let's go watch some motherfuckers get shot at. Or not. Maybe not. Probably not. Some other Disney movie that I'm like neglecting. Yeah, cuz, I mean, like, on paper, I don't know, cuz, like, on paper, Hades seemingly is more powerful than Ursula, but, like, you know, like, the underworld's got a river, cuz. I think it's, like, it's super debatable with them. Alright, it's like Hades. He has this cloud when he moves around. But, like, you know, Ursula, she can do the same thing, which is like, because she can, like, make the ink and shit. So, I don't know, man. Well, it's quite the argument to have about that one. It'll be like, alright, you know, anybody that Ursula kills, they might go to Hades. But if Ursula, like, floods the world, then, you know, Hades will never get anybody ever again. Maybe, that, like, you know, if Ursula kills a fish, the fish doesn't go to Hades. If he killed Ariel, Ariel's soul don't go to Hades. Maybe. Territory. Then it's like, you know, Ursula wants the trident, and the trident belongs to Hades' little brother. Weird stuff. PBS, huh? I'm not trying to get no copyright claim. We're talking about shit that matters, cuz, I mean, pretty likely to be underwater real soon, man. That's why we're talking about this. It's not like this one ain't a distraction, G. Biblical. I gotta pee. What's this unmuted the whole fucking time? Whatever, I don't care. Ain't nobody watching this shit. I almost hate to think that the microphone was unmuted because I like totally, definitely checked to make sure. Anyway. Might need to watch some more of that host club stuff. Oh, I watched that host club stuff and I'm like, man, nigga life ain't fair. Shh. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. God, why do all these streams say I'm live, but like I'm clearly not live? I dropped my controller. Fuck. Snarf. Montezuma. Let me take this map problem out. That was there for a while. Can you even hear this shit? I have no fucking idea, cause probably not, right? I don't know. It's hard to keep track of all this shit. Yeah, alright, there you go.
36 hours without the sleep. Working, and it's very hard.
We stopped by the entrance to an underground car park. It smells foul. It's dark and ominous.
It's very dangerous, and this is all of the cars under the water, and all of this car is broken.
I guess we do not know if there are any people in these cars because we cannot see.
It's a possible that we found some people died in this car. Están trayendo reportes y los envían a zona 3.
Sam offers solace to his neighbours, but he worries that all this could happen again. At the Bon Air shopping centre near Valencia, a vastly bigger underground car park is still being pumped out. Nobody knows how many people were caught here when the floodwater came. Spain is bracing itself for many more victims. We now know that 2 other British people died in this disaster. Don and Terry Turner. They were trapped in their car.
There was no alert. My parents would not have been out with that alert. We are so angry at the slackness of the Spanish authorities in that respect.
Barcelona, the latest city, left to cope with a deluge of ferocious torrential rain. This whole country is on edge, looking to the skies and hoping for an end to its torment. Adam Parsons, Sky News, Algemesi in Spain.
Angry survivors of Spain's catastrophic flood disaster have thrown much.
Oh boy.
Severe flooding has hit Barcelona following extremely heavy rain, less than a
Something
week
like that.
after the devastating floods in Valencia, which killed more than 200 people. Barcelona has been on red alert for torrential rain. Water entered some parts of the main airport, causing major flight delays, and trains were suspended too. Nick Beak reports first, though, from Valencia, where rescue workers are continuing to comb through underground car parks to search for missing people.
The official search for bodies goes on, all along the flood-ravaged ravines. But many of the families of Spain's missing have given up on the authorities and are doing the work themselves. This new Instagram page, part tribute, part plea for help to find their loved ones. Among them, brothers Ivan on the left and Ruben, just 3 years old. We went to the boys' town and found the family home, what's left of it. The brothers' bedroom door, one of the few things still standing.
Every one of the communities devastated by these floods has its own particular dreadful story. What happened here is the sheer power of the water picked up trucks. One of them came crashing down towards the family home. It knocked down a wall. The lights went out. The water came in, sweeping away the 2 boys and their dad.
Jonathan, their next door neighbour, told us what happened next.
The water destroyed everything in its path. The dad told me that he'd managed to take his boys in his arms, but then realised they had gone. He said the power of the water was incredible.
Oh my God, they shout. When the water flooded Valencia's largest shopping centre last week, it had been full of families. Many of them escaped, but fears have grown that some may have been trapped in the underground car park. Dozens of empty cars have been retrieved, but others have not yet been reached. When we asked one police officer if he knew whether anyone had died here, he wouldn't tell us. Many Spaniards are furious at a lack of information. Today in the second city, Barcelona, a new deluge filled the streets, cancelling trains and planes, bringing more misery. Last week's devastating floodwaters have long receded, but they've exposed anger and a sense of abandonment, and that feeling is not going away. Nick Beak, BBC News, Valencia.
And the family of a British couple who were missing in the Valencia area has confirmed that they've died. Don and Terry Turner emigrated to Spain 10 years ago. Their bodies were found in their car. Natesh Johal has been speaking to their daughters.
So for you.
Say their parents didn't receive any warning from the authorities.
I'll never understand that. And they need to be held accountable. I'm so angry, so frustrated at how slack they are. It's not just our parents, it's hundreds. How can they adapt to happen?
Renee and Ruth are still coming to terms with what's happened, with their grief.
There's no words.
Basically. At least they got out.
Not to Spain.
On the night of the flooding.
Nigga, I don't feel bad for y'all. Come on, G. Oh well.
hope one day there'll be justice.
Today, another 2,500 soldiers arrived in the region to help clear debris and locate bodies. The regional and national governments are still blaming each other for the public outcry over the lack of warnings. So, how did this crisis unfold? The National Weather Agency first warned of the potential on the 25th of October. They continued to post every day warning of heavy rain coming to the region until Tuesday, the 29th of October. That day, at 7:36 a.m., the agency published a red alert for the region of Valencia. But it wasn't until 8:14 that evening that the government issued a phone alert, 12 hours after the first warning. It was too late. The floodwater...
What are you talking about? It was too late, man, I feel bad for their government, that their citizens are retarded.
7:36 and national governments are still blaming each other for the public outcry over the lack of warnings. So, how did this crisis unfold? The National Weather Agency first warned of the potential for a strong storm on the 25th of October. They continued to post every day warning of heavy rain coming to the region until Tuesday, the 29th of October.
Nigga, you had like damn near a week. You had most of the week.
At 7:36 a.m., the agency published a red alert for the region of Valencia. But it wasn't until 8:14 that evening
This is on people in Spain, cause it's on the population.
government issued a phone alert 12 hours after the
No good riddance, go.
It was too late. The floodwater towns and villages.
How much time they took? Like, I don't know, 4 fucking cycles, cut.
The agency which measures the flow of rivers cancelled a planned alert 3 times. And here's the commander of the Army's Emergency Response Services.
El daño es terrible. The damage is terrible. But of course the degree of destruction is so great that mobility is limited.
What was that joint? Like, you know, they sent you a boat and you wouldn't take it, right?
At least 217 people have been killed, and it's reported that up to 2,000 people are still missing. We spotted this riverbed essentially from the motorway because of all the cars that have washed into it. Look at this red vehicle here. It's got a green marking on it. That means that the emergency services have checked it, presumably for bodies. And look here, a trickle of water today.
The Drowning Man.
The story of today is The Drowning Man, a story of questionable faith. A flood was threatening a small town and everyone was leaving for safety except one man who said, "God will save me. I have faith." As the water level rose, a jeep came to rescue him. The man refused, saying, "God will save me. I have faith." As the water level rose further, he went up to the second story, and a boat came to help him. Again he refused to go, lying. "God will save me. I have faith." The water kept rising and the man climbed onto the roof. A helicopter came to rescue him, but he said, "God will save me.
Helicopter really
I have faith." Well, finally he drowned. When he reached his maker, he angrily questioned, "I had complete faith in you. Why did you ignore my prayers and let me drown? The Lord replied, Who do you think sent you the jeep, the boat, and the helicopter? If you enjoyed watching this video...
Hey, cuz, you had like, what, 4 cycles to get your shit together?
Thoughts about this video?
They warned you on like 3 different dates, cuz, and you were like, oh well, whatever. The people of Spain are retarded.
And I'm going to just turn our attention to Mimi, who's here in the studio. Mimi, thanks for coming up for us. It's, as we were saying, a developing situation, a fluid situation. We're still trying to make sense of it. We get...
A crowd of angry survivors from devastating floods in Spain confronted the country's royal family, throwing mud and shouting insults as they visited the affected area of Paiporta. Residents vented
Angry survivors of Spain's catastrophic flood.
Did Spain warn the citizens? Did Spain warn the citizens of the storm? Spain issues warning. Spain issues flood warning. Well, Spanish government, I mean, usually I'd say, but you totally did your job. What were they gonna do? Like force you to leave by gunpoint? The people of Spain are retarded.
I'm going to just turn our attention to Mimi, who's here in the studio. Mimi, thanks for coming up for us. It's, as we were saying, a developing situation, a fluid situation. We're still trying to make sense of it. We're getting a little more into it. But what have you been picking up as we want?
Excuse me.
Fury is the obvious word here. People are really angry. They've said that the town will look after the town, the people will look after people, and that is mainly because there has been a lack or a slow response from the government. And we've seen this really come to a forefront when the king arrived in a town near the city of Valencia, where people chanted murder to him. They were saying, you're 4 days late, it's taken you 4 days to come, why are you so late? You should be embarrassed. Really angry. They were throwing mud in some cases. I mean, that is unheard of, throwing mud at the king. People are unhappy. People have really blamed the system, the authorities, for the slow response, but also the really late warnings. And that was where a lot of this anger has come from, that people, if they'd known, could have got out of their cars, could have got off the road, could have gone to higher ground, gone to safety. No people needed to die in these floods, and that is why people are so upset. This is a tragedy on a huge scale, one of the worst in Spain's history, and also one of the most costly.
We've been listening into Pedro Sanchez make those press statements yesterday when he said that we're focused on the...
One of the worst in Spain's history, and also one of the most costly.
We've been listening into Pedro Sanchez make those press statements yesterday when he said that we're focused...
Scale, one of the worst in Spain's history, and also one of the most costly.
We've been listening into Pedro... the rescue and relief efforts, but there will be a time to fix accountability to answer a lot of those questions. But having said that, what have you picked up so far about the government's defense or justification for why they couldn't do what they needed to do?
Well, the government at the end of last week came out fighting, saying they defended the timings of the warnings, even though in some areas, the first hit town, for example, Chiva near Valencia, they got their warning about 8 a.m. local time. However, by that time, they'd already been heavily flooded for at least 2 hours, and that was a common story among other towns in the region. They also defended the management of the disaster as a whole. However,
I dropped my controller again, damn.
Get the fuck out of here, Frank. Oh, what you gonna do? What the fuck you gonna do, Frank? Huh? What you gonna do? You gonna shoot me in front of everybody? Huh?
That's my answer. Live streaming.
but as the fury grows, as the devastation is now actually being understood, the true impact of this disaster, the scale of the disaster, I think they're going to have to go back on what they've said, that they're defending it with all their might, and actually give the people an apology, because that is what they want in many cases. People I've been speaking to, they're just so upset that the government will have failed them and allowed this to happen. At the moment, the focus is still on trying to reach these really hard-hit areas, these isolated areas. We've seen.
What is the biggest challenge now on the ground?
Oh boy, disease.
Angry survivors of Spain's catastrophe.
Loved ones, we just want our politicians to come and help. We just want help to cope. Felipe, you should not feel proud of being the king. You should feel proud of your people who have acted in solidarity with us. Everyone except all of you.
More than 200 people have died in the floods, and thousands have lost their homes, destroyed by the wall of water and mud. Many people still don't have drinking water 5 days after the flood struck. Help has been slow in reaching where it's most needed, and many believe the tragedy could have been avoided if flood warnings had been issued in time.
I have real stories of people that didn't even get the alarm when they were already drowning in their garage, and that they thankfully made it alive. But you know, surviving, they said we didn't even have the alarm until we got out, and we received the alarms.
Sky joined Spain.
In Algemesi, the dam.
Crying.
Food and water.
Is this one right? Maybe not.
Without the thing, without too much hours working, and it's very hard.
You stop by the entrance to an underground car park. It smells foul and it's dark, ominous.
It's very dangerous, and this is all of the cars under the water, and all of this car is broken.
I guess we do not know if there are any people in these cars because you cannot see.
It's possible that we found some people died in his car. Están trayendo refuerzos y los envían a zona 3.
Sam offers solace to his neighbours, but he worries that all this could happen again. At the Bonaire shopping centre near Valencia, a vastly bigger underground car park is still being pumped out. Nobody knows how many people were caught here when the floodwater came. Spain is bracing itself for many more victims. We now know that 2 more British people died in this disaster. Don and Terry Turner. They were trapped in their car.
Valencia floods. Where's that shit? This one.
On the night of the flooding, Tony, Lourdes, and their 3-month-old baby Angelina.
Oh well, nigga, natural selection.
No Weather Agency first warned of the potential for a strong storm on the 25th
The
of October.
25th.
They continued to post every day warning of
2, 3, 4, 5.
at 7 to post every day. The National Weather Agency
One.
warned of the potential for a strong storm
Day
on
one.
the
No more
25th
day.
of October. They continued to post every
Day
day
2,
warning of heavy rain coming to the
3,
until Tuesday,
4,
29th of October.
5. Somehow.
6 a.m.
Because it was like, I don't know, somehow.
But it wasn't until 8:14 that evening that the government.
I'm surprised as you. Somehow this ends up being 5 days, even though it's only 4. Oh shit. 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Does this shit even make sense to you? 25, 26, 27, 28, 29? What the fuck? Nigga, where?
Weather Agency bird.
The 25th, and then it's the 26th. That's 2. The 27th is 3. Right? The 28th somehow is fucking 4. Even though that's only 3. And then the 29th is 5. It just makes no fucking sense, cuz. 25, 26, 27, 28, 29.
Just warned of the potential for a strong storm on the 25th of October.
Nigga, do the math here.
They continued to post
25 is 1,
every day
26 is 2.
warning of heavy rain coming
27 is 3.
to the region. Until
28 is 4.
Tuesday, the 29th of October.
25 is 5. 29, excuse me. Oh my gosh. Yeah, 25 is 5 and 29 is 9. It should be 4, but somehow it's 5.
The National Weather Agency first warned of the potential for a strong
1,
storm on the 25th of October. They continued to post
2,
every day warning of heavy rain
3. That should be the 28th, right? Like, huh?
until Tuesday,
4,
the 29th of October.
5. I need to look in the calendar, man. I really do. This is what the fuck? My nigga, you had a whole work week, basically, to prepare.
That day, at 7:36 a.m., the agency published a red alert for the region of Valencia.
Excuse me.
But it wasn't until 8:14 that evening.
What is this shit? Come on, cuz. My nigga, like some Taylor Swift tickets go on sale and like the shit sold out in a couple hours. What do y'all mean exactly? that you didn't get a warning. Taylor Swift concert tickets go on sale. This shit fucking sold out in like 10 minutes, cut.
Government issued a phone alert 12 hours after the first warning. It was to
My nigga, you had 24, 48. I mean, like 48 hours is more than enough, cut. You had over 72 hours of warning, and you were like, oh well.
The floodwaters ripped through towns and villages across the region. Valencia's regional leader, Carlos Macron, said that
Man, Spanish king. I mean, what's it like being the king of retards, cuz?
and he is the commander of the Army's emergency response services.
El daño es terrible. The damage is terrible, but of course the degree of destruction is so great that mobility is limited. It is so complex that it requires two things: discipline and patience.
At least 217 people have been killed, and it's reported that up to 2,000 people are still missing. The National Weather Agency first warned of the potential for a strong storm on the 25th of October. They continue to post every day warning of heavy rain coming to the region until Tuesday, the 29th of October.
And they're 3 months.
That day,
The National Weather Agency first.
Man.
The agency published a red alert.
Hey, cuz, somebody probably should, like, look, Spanish king, you should, like, evacuate and just, like, nuke Spain, cuz, honestly. That's my answer. Just nuke that shit, cuz. Drop an atomic bomb on them niggas, cuz. They don't deserve to be here. That's why they got fucking, like, that's why they died in the flood in the first place, apparently. They died in that motherfucking flood because the motherfuckers should never have been allowed to live.
Warned of the potential for a strong, the lack of warnings. So, how did this crisis unfold? National governments are still blaming each other for the public outcry over the lack of warnings. So, how did this crisis unfold? The National Weather Agency first warned of the potential for a strong storm on the 25th of October. They continued to post every day warning of heavy rain coming to the region until Tuesday, the 29th of October. That day, at 7:36 a.m., the agency published a red alert for the region of Valencia. But it wasn't until 8:14 that evening that the government issued a phone alert, 12 hours after the first warning. It was too late. The floodwaters ripped through towns and villages.
Significant damage reported in the Railhead Estates neighborhood in the city of Choctaw, which is 17 miles to the northeast of Oklahoma City. Of Oak City. The police department says homes and businesses sustained major damage. And the Choctaw, Oklahoma Police Department sharing this inspirational photo titled Choctaw Strong in the wake of the destructive weekend tornadoes. The stars and stripes battered but still waving proudly amid the damage in this neighborhood. City firefighters and police officers went door to door checking on people. Fortunately, only minor injuries were reported.
Fuck 'em.
So let's chat about what we had over the weekend. I will say, Saturday night into early Sunday morning was a bit of a surprise in terms of the tornadic capabilities of these storms. Yes, we knew we were going to have severe weather, but the tornado aspect of this was a little bit underdone. There was a lot going on, but the low-level wind shear really outdid itself, and that's what created 6 confirmed tornadoes back on November 3rd. Surveys are still ongoing, but you can see the clusters near Oklahoma City, just to the south of Tulsa, and then near the Red River region from Wichita Falls and just to the north in Oklahoma. Now, Texas at one point was also under a tornado watch.
Anyway, who's next?
The American people are
Probably.
They are depending
On.
Ooh, took a big hit, huh?
Boys are fucking back.
Took one hell of a hit. Whoa.
Both campaigns. Our polling shows it is tied in the Keystone State. Her closing message upbeat and optimistic, not mentioning her.
I don't care about this shit, man. Actually, you know what? We might as well go back to the little preview.
145 at 140, but it did make
Preview.
crossed over Interstate 240. So there's a lot of widespread travel. You have a lot of truckers going down across these roads, especially early in the morning. A lot of these happened, and we noticed this time, 1:20 to 1:25 a.m. Central Time. So for folks who are asleep, this could have caught them off guard. Yesterday with the tornadoes, we were getting reports that tornado sirens were going off, but that was a little earlier in the evening, and these overnight threats do pose another layer of danger because people aren't as aware of what's going on above them. Over the last 48 hours, though, it hasn't just been the tornadic threat. We've also seen wind gusts in excess of 80 miles per hour, storm damage with trees toppling over, light poles falling down, stop signs going down as well, and hail. The hail has been over an inch in size in some instances. That's about a golf ball size hail, but especially for a spot like Texas where you have more storm energy that was available to create these towering cloud tops. The taller the storm, the colder it is at the top, and the stronger the updraft, the bigger the hailstone can grow. The top wind reports coming out of Adair, Oklahoma was at 80 miles per hour on Sunday. This was early morning. Chakota,
You're a joke, dude. Let's just be real about it. You're the pathetic type.
with 3 inches, that was in New Mexico, and that's one system as it pulled towards the north and northeast. We'll have more on the severe weather threats coming up later on this week, though. And the cleanup efforts are still continuing in the metro area after the week. Oklahoma City Mayor David Holt joined Fox Weather earlier with an update on their recovery currently underway.
Well, what we're recovering from happened about 2 a.m.-ish on Sunday morning and really hit 2 neighborhoods in our city. And right now, I think we've counted up to 48 homes really completely destroyed. 54 with major damage, 60 with minor damage. So this is definitely, within our city limits, our most damaging tornado event in quite a few years. I've been married for 6 years, and we've never had anything more than a roof ripped off the house in the last 6 years. This was a kind of thing you see, you know, in twisters, you know, and it was very unfortunate, but also nobody was killed, and so, you know, we're grateful for that, especially because it happened in the middle of the night in an odd time of year. You know, we expect this type of activity in the spring. We don't expect it in November. So we were, I think, largely a little caught by surprise, but fortunately at this point it's mostly just property damage.
Right, and as you said, thank goodness for the lack of loss of life when you consider how dangerous nighttime tornadoes are and how this kind of caught a lot of folks off guard. I wanted to ask you more about that because thankfully it's been a pretty slow start to the second severe weather season, which happens in the fall, but as you said, it's the spring that you're looking out for things like this. Does it feel like that was a part of the issue? We know that your residents are very severe weather hardy, but maybe they weren't expecting something like this over the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we're probably conscious of the weather almost to a fault. You know, you're more likely to find weathermen breaking in here than regular programming. You know, we follow the weather very closely. So, but as far as I'm aware, they were not on the air when this happened. I mean, this really is pretty unique. And I think the time of the year really contributed to it. We really focus in on the spring. You know, when June comes, everybody sort of breathes. That even though we maybe weren't in the right mindset, that there wasn't a loss of life. And as you see from these images, and and there's worse ones you can find. I mean, some of these homes are just a pile of sticks. I mean, it kind of feels almost like a miracle that we did emerge without any fatalities.
For sure. I'm happy that we had a little bit of that light at the end of the tunnel to think about in this instant. I want to kind of go back to the fact that you said OKC, the metro area, hasn't seen severe weather like this in a couple of months, if not a couple of years. Do you think that, or was your emergency response team ready and available when these storms came through the overnight hours? And how have they been in the
absolutely. I mean, yeah, right. Absolutely. I mean, even though it's been a few years since we've had something of this magnitude in our city limits, as most people probably know, they make movies about it. We're used to this kind of activity, and I think it's an objective statement to say we probably have the best emergency response in the country, and I think we actually often find ourselves training other communities in emergency response. So certainly the moment that this event became obvious, our teams from Oklahoma City Fire Department and the Oklahoma City Police Department, and really everybody across the city departments, as well as working with OG&E, our utilities company, and other entities, they got right on it, and they were doing a fantastic job. So really no complaints about the response, and we pride ourselves, I think, on our experience in handling these types of events.
The lines for early voters have been pretty long all over the United States, many in places affected by hurricanes, like here in Hillsborough County, Florida. They're still recovering from Milton, but folks are still making their way out to vote. In Asheville, North Carolina, people were surprised by such a big turnout after the terrible damage from Huiz.
Big turnout with people voting. I think this is propelling people to vote. Whatever side you're going to vote for, I think this is actually like a motivating factor. You would think that people have been devastated and like a lot of things are happening, but people are motivated to vote. I think people are motivated for change and they want their voices heard, especially in a time of need like this, that you feel like, you know what, let's just go out there and make that change.
Well, there have been a record number of people making their way to the polls for the early voting, but for folks who are there to vote on Election Day, here's the kind of weather you could encounter. A little bit of snow, actually. We're getting that first big snowstorm of the year, primarily out towards the Rockies and the Four Corners, and even into northern New Mexico. For areas a little farther out towards the east, it's warm, so that will come in the form of rain, some thunderstorms as well. 2 areas where we could see severe weather, that being in the southeast and up into Wisconsin as well. So for those spots, that's primarily into the morning and afternoon. So just keep that in mind as you make your way to the polls. So let's take it chunk by chunk here. First off, we'll start in also could be an ice element as well. Snow is very hard to forecast for depending on the temperature profile. So if that temperature profile is a little bit warmer, you could get some ice, so just be very careful. Here's the severe weather threat for you with damaging winds and a few tornadoes possible. This will be early on in the morning as a continuation of the storms we've seen today. It does include southern Arkansas, Monroe, Alexandria, Lake Charles, and East Texas. It's a low-end threat, level 1, but the tornadic conditions have actually proven themselves quite volatile for a spot into southern Arkansas and Missouri as well. So we could see that into the early morning hours as polls should open in some cases in the early morning hours as well. For the Great Lakes region and the northern plains, rain and severe weather is also a possibility. We've got 2 separate areas. For voters out in Wisconsin, which is a swing state here, keep in mind you could also come into contact with some damaging winds and a few tornadoes as well. But we wanted to share one bit of beauty amid all of the damaging storms in Oklahoma. The Oklahoma County Sheriff's Department sharing this as the crews work to clean up tornado and storm damage today. We're thinking about you tonight, Oklahoma. Fox Weather at Night. We'll be right back.
kidnapping thousands of Ukrainian children and holding them hostage in Russia, brutally assaulting and raping women of all ages. Freedom and democracy are under attack, and Ukraine is the front line. Freedom isn't free. Together, we must stand for justice.
Fox Weather Forecast Center. It looks like a chance of morning rain.
The UV index is at a 10 today. It is 93 degrees.
Doc, it's like I'm seeing Fox Weather everywhere.
Fox Weather is everywhere on your favorite connected TV, phone, or any other device.
Hey, beautiful afternoon, everybody. Clear and dry for the next 12 hours.
Stream us for free at foxweather.tv. The tropics are not over just yet. We still have the rest of this month contending with hurricane season, and folks out in the Cayman Islands are preparing sandbags as they have hurricane warnings in effect due to Rafael. With the latest National Hurricane Center advisory coming in at 10 p.m., 45 miles per hour. So they didn't increase the winds. That's why it's still a tropical storm. What they did highlight, though, is better structure. You can see the outer rain bands. Things are starting to have more curvature to it, which is a big sign of a strengthening system as it tries to consolidate around one small center of low pressure. Another piece that they did notice was that it has shifted just slightly off towards the right, which would then have it making more a lot of moisture. So you've got a tale of two different bodies of water here. Gulf of Mexico, not as conducive. The Caribbean, though, where it's starting to gather itself, is actually going to be very supportive. Diving in a bit closer to the satellite and the winds, there's that center of low pressure, and the outer rain bands already starting to impact spots like Jamaica, the Dominican Republic, Haiti as well, also going to be seeing some rain. And a lot of these areas have seen rain in the recent months from tropical systems and even just areas to watch that never truly did anything, but still has made the ground already substantially wet. Hostile winds are not really that present for the Caribbean. It's a bit farther towards the north into Turks and Caicos, near the Dominican, but it's not really impeding the overall development of Rafael. We still have tropical alerts. They haven't moved at all. Tropical storm warning for Jamaica. Not quite expecting to see a hurricane upon arrival for Jamaica. It needs a little longer. For the Cayman Islands, that's where we have the hurricane warnings. That should be by Tuesday evening and into Wednesday when Rafael will be overhead. For Cuba, hurricane watch. For central Cuba, tropical storm watch, and for Key West, also under the tropical storm watch. But that slight push off towards the right has created more area in Cuba that could be under the gun for seeing heavier pockets of rain. And earlier this month even, or really into October since we just entered November, Cuba had widespread power outages from a significant storm. So they're all pretty storm weary. Jamaica storms in the month of November are not very common. The most recent, you have to go all the way back to 1994 for Gordon, so that's about 30 years ago. Then, before that, you had to go all the way back to 1924, then 1912, and finally all the way back into the 1800s. So for Jamaica, this might be something that's a bit unsettling. The latest forecast track is no longer highlighting 100 miles per hour for the wind speed. Now the max winds would be at 90. That is Cat 1, Cat 2 within that threshold. Brian Norcross always says to be prepared for one category greater. So for a spot like Western Cuba, be prepared for a Cat 3, although that looks less likely as we get deeper into the forecast period. In the Gulf of Mexico, by Saturday in the evening, 50 miles per hour. That would put it at a tropical storm. So it's looking likely that we could have some tropical storm impacts in the Gulf, and for some of these Gulf Coast communities, the biggest threat here is going to be heavy rain. For some spots, rain is exactly what you need because you've been rainless for 35 days and counting. Other locations, though, are in a surplus, not because you've seen rain recently, but because of Debbie, Milton, Helene, all the storms that we've seen in the recent few months. In addition, we have a jet stream dip that's providing a severe weather threat for this week, and that's also going to be bringing some wet weather to spots like Louisiana and Mississippi, so it's aiding in antecedent wet conditions. For areas like Georgia, South Carolina, if you are already oversaturated with your soil and then you have heavily wooded areas, which a lot of the southeast really is, that can cause widespread power outages. The overall intensity forecast is showing a hurricane. None of the models hinting at a major hurricane, so that's a good trend. A tropical storm, though, is expected for the rest of this week and going into the weekend, so this is the system to watch. Hopefully it's the last, but you never know with 2024. Well, with election season in full swing mode and hurricane season coming to an end, we can ask ourselves, which president has seen the most landfalling hurricanes during their administration? Fox Weather's Stephen Morgan and Marissa Torres discussed this topic with an interesting breakdown this morning. Take a listen.
All right, let's keep this election theme going, though. What do you say? The start of the satellite era, we often talk about this, when we were able to detect and monitor and follow weather from space. That began in the 60s. So think from then. Since the 1960s, many presidents, they've led the country through disasters. So which president, got us thinking here at Fox Weather, which president has seen most landfalling hurricanes during their administration? We take a look at the U.S. mainland, hurricane strikes by president. And parsing out this, it is a timeline, but it's by name. So we go all the way back to the 60s with JFK. One landfalling hurricane for JFK before his life was ended abruptly by an assassination. Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, the list goes on. I mean, we see who's had the highest, and that was within the modern era.
Yeah.
Bush, and that was during that very active stretch that we had. Actually, Barack Obama, some would argue, had the luckiest case since the 1960s because of how many he saw. However, Sandy hit during the Obama administration.
Yeah, and Sandy had huge impacts in portions of the Northeast, where you talk about a very populated area, for example, New York City. But that's just by landfalling hurricanes, right? So when you talk about just numbers, this is impressive when you talk about how many landfalling hurricanes that President Bush had. This was between 2000, 2008, and look at how active, not just for the Gulf Coast, which, you know, when you take it just out of this area in particular, but this was also up and down the eastern seaboard.
Notably, 2005, that was when the Gulf of Mexico, and then 2004. To deal with. However, when we look at the numbers for Obama, we had Sandy. That was the one that made that transition to extratropical, affecting the Northeast, devastating for a big population center. But that was overall, when you just look at the lines, you see how Obama's administration much quieter.
And then as we headed into President Trump's administration, the numbers started to go back up. So this is a look between 2017 into 2020, when we had also several landfalling hurricanes. Once again, a lot of them into the Gulf of Mexico.
Irma was one.
Irma was one, yeah.
Yeah, for Trump. We also had Hurricane Maria, which affected Puerto Rico. There was an uptick in all that. And the Florida Panhandle, as we know, has gotten rocked this cycle with this administration. President Biden dealing with a lot of disaster, notably along Florida and the Gulf Coast. We're still going to have to watch how things evolve with this PTC-18, although we're grateful it's November from a meteorological perspective.
And keeping the conversation on the tropics, here's a look tonight at Tampa. Beautiful skyline there. Lights are completely lit up. Tampa could see some rain, though, in association with Rafael going into midweek and towards the weekend. But what does November specifically bring for tropical activity now that we have officially entered a new month? We have 3 specific hotspots, but really in the low category for where we see the tropical activity. That being the northern Atlantic, into the Bahamas, and portions of just off the southeast coast and the Caribbean Sea. And at one point earlier this weekend, all 3 of these areas highlighted had something that we were tracking, whether it be an area to watch, Patty, or the formation of Rafael. Wasn't named quite at the time. November U.S. landfalls since 1850 have been very few and far between. Only 4 hurricanes at landfall, that being Katie back in 1985. Then you have Nicole in 2022, an unnamed storm in 1861, and then an unnamed storm in 1935. So it's been quite a bit. Nicole is the one in more recent memory. And the reason why Nicole was so devastating to some of these communities, especially on the east coast of Florida, was it was in the wake of Ian. We had Ian maybe 3 weeks before, and then Nicole comes in right on its tails. For a spot like Daytona Beach, where I was covering Milton, a lot of these communities were still recovering from the beach erosion due to Nicole. Nicole was a Category 1 upon arrival, but still moved across the Big Bend region as a tropical storm for spots like Cedar Key. For the Caribbean specifically, we have only had 4 hurricanes that have formed in the Caribbean and maintained hurricane strength into the Gulf or the Atlantic. So this is just highlighting. Not very common to see these massive hurricanes form in November and then create significant damage, but it's not unheard of. Michelle in 2001, Ida back in 2009, an unnamed in 1909, and the Cuba hurricane in 1932. Some of these storms were powerful. You can see any stripe of pink. That's going to be a Cat 3 and a Cat 4, but that you have to take it all the way back to 2001 and into 1932. For Ida specifically, because the formation of Ida is somewhat in a similar area that Rafael was, just to the north of South America, and then will track farther across the Caribbean Sea. Now with Rafael's a little bit farther off towards the east. In Ida's instance, it moved over Central America as a tropical depression and a tropical storm, jumped into the Gulf of Mexico, where clearly the water was warm enough to support some development, and then eventually made its arrival near New Orleans as a tropical storm, bringing significant rain to the region. The tropical cyclone since 2019, we've had 7 named storms, 4 hurricanes, and 2 Category 3 or greater, which would be a major hurricane. So hurricane season is quickly winding down, but it's not over yet. And central Colorado woke up to wintry conditions on Monday morning. Snow fell in the mountains overnight. This ex-user called it a winter wonderland in Frisco. More snow is on the way, though, for the Rockies. We have that forecast and more coming up right here on Fox Weather at Night. Welcome into Fox Weather at Night. This is a Fox Weather Alert. I'm meteorologist Haley Meyer. Tropical storm Rafael is formed in the Caribbean, but closer to home, severe storms have rocked the southern plains. Let's go ahead and look at some of the videos we've had. First up, new video of neighborhood damage in Oklahoma City. That was from this weekend's destructive twisters. The weekend's tornadoes destroyed at least 39 buildings and damaged nearly 100 others. Fortunately, nobody was killed, but there were reports of injuries. And here's more damage. Here in OKC, the state has recorded at least one EF3 tornado every month this year except February. And even more significant damage reported in the Railhead Estates neighborhood in the city of Choctaw, which is 17 miles to the northeast of Oklahoma City, of Oak City. The police department says homes and businesses sustained major damage. And the Choctaw, Oklahoma Police Department sharing this inspirational photo titled Choctaw Strong in the wake of the destructive weekend tornadoes. The stars and stripes battered but still waving proudly amid the damage in this neighborhood. City firefighters and police officers went door to door checking on people. Fortunately, only minor injuries were reported. So let's chat about what we had over the weekend. I will say Saturday night into early Sunday morning was a bit of a surprise in terms of the tornadic capabilities of these storms. Yes, we knew we were going to have severe weather, but the tornado aspect of this was a little bit underdone. There was a lot going on, but the low-level wind shear really outdid itself, and that's what created 6 confirmed tornadoes back on November 3rd. Surveys are still ongoing, but you can see the clusters near Oklahoma City, just to the south of Tulsa, and then near the Red River region from Wichita Falls and just to the north in Oklahoma. Now, Texas at one point was also under a tornado watch. That was just yesterday. So it was a 2-state threat, but it really was Oklahoma that took the brunt over the weekend. But now that threat has shifted into Arkansas and Missouri for Monday evening's threat. By Tuesday, the tornadoes start to dial back, but we still could be talking severe weather for the Southern Plains and into the Great Lakes. I'll have more on that individual threat coming up. One of the tornado surveys was the EF3. Now notice it formed just over Interstate 40 and then moved towards the north, towards Harrah. The peak winds were 145 miles per hour, and thankfully it was just 3 miles in length. So a quick tornado comparative to what we've had in the past with tornadoes spanning over 20 miles worth of damage. But still, 3 miles or 2.4 miles in this case for the Tinker Air Force Base is still substantial for those communities that were impacted. The peak winds with this particular tornado was just shy of 145 at 140, but it did make an EF3 rating. This crossed over Interstate 240. So there's a lot of widespread travel. You have a lot of truckers going down across these roads, especially early in the morning. A lot of these happened, I mean, notice this time, 1:20 to 1:25 a.m. Central Time. So for folks who are asleep, this could have caught them off guard. Yesterday with the tornadoes, we were getting reports that tornado sirens were going off, but that was a little earlier in the evening, and these overnight threats do pose another layer of danger because people aren't as aware of what's going on above them. Over the last 48 hours, though, it hasn't just been the tornadic threat. We've also seen wind gusts in excess of 80 miles per hour, storm damage with trees toppling over, light poles falling down, stop signs going down as well, and hail. The hail has been over an inch in size in some instances. That's about a golf ball size hail, but especially for a spot like Texas where you have more storm energy that was available to create these towering cloud tops. The taller the storm, the colder it is at the top, and the stronger the updraft, the bigger the hailstone can grow. The top wind reports coming out of Adair, Oklahoma, was at 80 miles per hour on Sunday. This was early morning. Chakotah, Oklahoma, 80 miles per hour as well. And then New Mexico, and that's one system as it pulled towards the north and northeast. We'll have more on the severe weather threats coming up later on this week, though. And the cleanup efforts are still continuing in the metro area after this week. Oklahoma City Mayor David Holt joined Fox Weather earlier with an update on their recovery efforts currently underway.
Well, what we're recovering from happened about 2 a.m.-ish on Sunday morning and really hit 2 neighborhoods in our city. And right now, I think we've counted up to 48 homes really completely destroyed, 54 with major damage and 60 with minor damage. So this is definitely, within our city limits, our most damaging tornado event in quite a few years. I've been mayor for 6 years, and we've never had anything more than a roof ripped off a house in the last 6 years. This was the kind of thing you see, in Twisters, and it was very unfortunate, but also nobody was killed. And so, we're grateful for that, especially because it happened in the middle of the night in an odd time of year. We expect this type of activity in the spring. We don't expect it in November. So we were, I think, largely a little caught by surprise, but fortunately at this point, it's mostly just property damage.
Right, and as you said, thank goodness for the lack of loss of life when you consider how dangerous nighttime tornadoes are and how this kind of caught a lot of folks off guard. I wanted to ask you more about that because thankfully it's been a pretty slow start to the second severe weather season, which happens in the fall. But as you said, it's the spring that you're looking out for things like this. Does it feel like that was a part of the issue? We know that your residents are very severe weather hardy, but maybe they weren't expecting something like this over the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we're probably conscious of the weather almost to a fault. You know, you're more likely to find the weathermen breaking in here than regular programming. You know, we follow the weather very closely. So, but as far as I'm aware, they were not on the air when this happened. I mean, this really is pretty unique. And I think the time of the year really contributed to it. We really focus in on the spring. That, you know, when June comes, everybody sort of breathes a sigh of relief and thinks we don't have to worry about that till next year. But obviously, we're going to have to rethink that attitude. And again, just grateful that even though we maybe weren't in the right mindset, that there was no loss of life. And as you see from these images, and there's worse ones you could find. I mean, some of these homes are just a pile of sticks. I mean, it kind of feels almost like a miracle that we did emerge without any fatalities.
For sure. I'm happy that we have that little bit of that light at the end of the tunnel to think about in this instant. I want to kind of go back to the fact that you said OKC, the metro area, hasn't seen severe weather like this in a couple of months, if not a couple of years. Do you think that, or was your emergency response team ready and available when these storms came through the overnight hours? And how have they been in the aftermath of things?
I mean,
Alright, G, decided I'm just gonna let it rain on some of y'all. Some of y'all is gonna stay dry. That's what we're doing. Some of y'all gonna flood and die, and some of y'all gonna burn to death.
Well, hello, Detroit.
I feel bad for elected officials, honestly. It's such a burden, cuz I actually feel bad for y'all.
I also want to use this as an opportunity to thank my
These fucking retards out here. Short bus shorty.
and I couldn't be prouder of you. And thank you to all of you. You could probably
I don't think like any amount of money that you could like earn in political corruption could make up for having to deal with like an average fucking retard, cuz. Truly.
tonight to talk about one issue in particular that really underlines the stakes in this election. So let me speak to the guys in the crowd tonight.
And I'm the fucking, you know, I stuck the damn fork in the electrical outlet and shit, cuz. Put my mouth on it.
Donald Trump appointed those Supreme Court justices.
I did it because I knew I wasn't gonna die. But y'all, you ain't me, nigga. Oh yeah, did we get to the sideshow shit? I think that's a good one to close the stream with.
And their grandmothers.
Sideshows.
Highway patrol officers are getting the green light to increase enforcement efforts on the statewide grant. Akts News takes a closer look at how that money is used.
Nigga, where? 50 miles an hour?
Green light to increase enforcement efforts with the help of the statewide grant. Akts News takes a closer look at how that money will be used. Thanks for joining us.
Idiots talking night.
Warren Margo, that $2 million grant will also allow officers to use social media to target people organizing dangerous sideshows. The CHP says this illegal activity not only disrupts the community, but can also lead to violence and death.
Tackling street takeovers and dangerous sideshows is the goal of the grant awarded to the California Highway Patrol.
We have been targeting these illegal activities wholeheartedly. In doing so, tickets impounded thousands of vehicles.
Fresno CHP officer Mike Salas says the $2 million in federal funding will go towards the STREET program, which stands for Sideshow, Takeover, Racing, Education, and Enforcement Task Force. It will also help officers to find people who own the events.
A lot of this is through social media. We have a lot of these organizers that are running these illegal sideshows and street racing activities through social media.
Action News legal analyst Tony Capozzi says charges for street racing include reckless driving, which is only a misdemeanor.
Penalties is pretty much a slap on the wrist. Until you get tougher on the penalties in this case, this big race is going to be there.
He says the legislature has started to add impounding vehicles and suspending licenses as potential punishments, but street racing can bleach a bit crud.
These things are deadly. They really are. We've seen it statewide. That people are losing their lives. People are getting injured.
Street racing in Fresno has claimed the life of 17-year-old Senior High student Allison Chang and her cousins, 21-year-old Sophie Chang and 37-year-old Christopher Day. They were killed in December of 2020 when officers say an 18-year-old ran a red light while racing and slammed into their truck at a car.
Cars are out of control when someone's killed. They can then be prosecuted for murder. So these are serious offenses.
The fatalities and injuries are why the CHP is determined to pump the brakes on illegal sideshows.
We're going to be out there to combat it and to make sure that you know that
And it's still unclear exactly how much of the funding will be allocated to Fresno County CHP, but Officer Salas says it will also allow additional officers as well as helicopter support when people try to get away from law enforcement in these situations. Warren Carter.
Hey, Central California, stay up to date with all the latest.
The same report. I'm not.
It's a Bay Area-wide problem and now a notable win in San Jose. SJPD arrested 7 people for promoting more than 20 illegal sideshows in the past 5 years. NBC's Ian Cole has the new details.
People living near Branham and Monterey in San Jose are fed up with sideshows on their block. Hassan Iqbal says the last one blocked his friend from getting to his house for 2 hours.
It's quite annoying, to be honest, right? Like, I have young kids and there'll be screeching tires and burning rubber, and then kids would wake up and there'll be honking horns.
He's encouraged to hear police and the DA announce 7 arrests for promoting and hosting 23 large-scale sideshows. They're calling it Operation Penalty Box because the group referred to themselves as the hockey team. The investigation took 2 years and includes 1 million pages of records. The men allegedly used social media to promote the sideshows since 2020. At least one of them was in Iqbal's neighborhood.
It was putting everybody at risk. It was not only causing a nuisance, it was blocking traffic, it was preventing emergency services to reach residential areas.
Each illegal sideshow they organized involved an average of 300 vehicles and up to 600 participants, taking over 7 to 8 different intersections at once in San Jose for several hours at a time.
Police say a grand jury indicted the suspects for felony conspiracy to promote sideshows, which is a newer law passed in San Jose in 2021. The suspects are from San Jose, Sunnyvale, Salinas, and Oakland. 2 men are still on the loose.
My children, your children, are not expendable characters in anybody's amateur vision of Fast and Furious.
The suspects could face up to 6 years in jail. The police chief hopes it'll make a dent on the dangerous and sometimes deadly events.
Our message today is clear. In San Jose, watching a sideshow is illegal. Illegal. Promoting them is illegal.
Damn, cuz just watching this shit's illegal. What if you're like, I'm gonna call the police? That's kind of crazy, man.
If you do it, we will find you, take your vehicle, and take you to jail.
Neighbors expect it'll help too.
Hopefully we don't see him again. Yeah.
In San Jose, Ian Cole, NBC Bay Area News.
over to a group of people doing a sideshow overnight in Oakland. It all happened at the intersection of Hickenberger and Edgewater in the city. A driver crashed into spectators. We stopped the video just a second before the impact there. A female was run over as the car left the scene. Some of the crowd rushed to help her. And another sideshow took over the entire westbound side of the Bay Bridge. The CHP says at about 3:30 this morning, at least 100 cars blocked all the westbound lanes. This incident lasted about 20 minutes. One vehicle struck the crowd here as well. No arrests have been made.
Started in Vallejo.
This video taken from a CHP helicopter in Vallejo just after 8 p.m. Sunday. The pilot tracks down two suspects believed to be involved in an illegal sideshow.
I just turned my spotlight on them. They're running back to their car now.
Both were taken into custody, and Sergeant Andrew Barclay says it would not have been possible without eyes in the sky.
It's a great resource for not only us, but also allied agencies, as you saw with the Vallejo video. It's a great resource for us to be able to offer to not only CHP officers on the ground, but also allied agencies.
The helicopter continued its work in Richmond about an hour later, following sideshow participants there to San Francisco and eventually the Bay Bridge. You can see two of the cars driving at fast speeds, weaving in and out of traffic until multiple police officers draw their guns and make two more arrests. Sergeant Barclay says it wasn't just the work of CHP, but the helicopter also alerted multiple police departments throughout the night.
It's a lot about coordination, right? We know that maybe they leave one city, but which, were they last seen going west? Well, then let's start alerting other agencies that they just left here, they may be going somewhere else.
The third and last city H30 was called to was Oakland, where the largest sideshow took place around 9:30 p.m. This CitizenNav video shows cars doing donuts at the intersection of 98th and International Boulevard. It took officers less than an hour to stop the drivers and start making arrests.
Great coordination with ground units. They were able to get in there, get a large number of the vehicles stopped. Ultimately, we had 16 arrests out of it, 6 vehicles that were impounded, and during the inventory of those vehicles, we even recovered a gun.
A total of 20 arrests after Sunday night sideshows at 3 locations. Sergeant Barclay says CHP also made...
What does a gun have to do with this, cuz? God, I don't get that one.
KTVU's Crystal Bailey joins us now live from Vallejo with the very latest. Crystal?
Claudine.
You ever going to the movies?
Hey, police.
Well,
gunfire erupting in an East Oakland neighborhood amid an hour-long sideshow last night, and neighbors say police were nowhere to be found. Those same residents say it's not the first time that this has happened, and they are worried about their safety. KTVU's Zach Sauce live in the city. Gunfire erupting in an East Oakland neighborhood.
Police, no one showed. There was fireworks, lasers, a car that ran into a utility pole. All of this understandably has neighbors feeling uneasy.
I just heard gunshots coming from all directions, people trying to hide.
Shots echoing through this East Oakland neighborhood early Saturday following what neighbors described as an hour-long sideshow.
Like a whole hour. No police. I didn't hear no sirens at all. Some people were on top of their house's roof. There were fireworks they put in. There were lasers, green lasers.
The resident who asked for her face not to appear on camera fed up. Hardly alone, she along with several other neighbors who, fearing retaliation, didn't want to be recorded, telling KTVU sideshows like these are fairly common at 98th and Empire, not far from the crime-plagued Heckenberger corridor.
It happens, it's not weekly, monthly, but it's the same people, I think.
Worried that one day a stray bullet could find its way into her home.
They just fire up in the air, and you don't know where it's gonna land.
The sideshow follows a series of recent town halls across Oakland, attended by Mayor Sheng Tao and Police Chief Floyd Mitchell, both pledging to better target crimes like these in the city through the use of new technology, including drones and cameras, and with the help of the CHP.
We know that we don't have enough police officers. We can't afford them. But that doesn't mean that we use that as an excuse or a reason not to ensure that our people feel safe.
We're working hard to try to curb this activity. We have a sideshow detail that goes every Friday and Saturday night.
The chief says part of that effort includes looking at ways to redesign intersections. Those who live here say they're still waiting, and in the meantime want to know where the police are.
I've been here my whole life, and it has changed. It's changed so much, and it's frustrating because it seems like they don't care.
And looking out live to San Jose.
I'm not gonna get involved. Oh, well, again, was a mistake.
6 pedestrians struck by reckless driving, major injuries, and 2 officers hit by participants' vehicles.
Santa Clara County Chief Assistant District Attorney Jay Boyarsky says all 9 suspects are charged with felony conspiracy and face up to 5 years or more in prison.
I hope those consequences are dire enough to make someone think twice before using our streets for their social media stunts.
Mayor Matt Mahan thanked the police and the district attorney's office for their work on this case.
Don't y'all live near the desert? I don't. Just go to the desert. Sideshow in the desert.
In the Saudi desert, the thrill seekers gather. Cars skid and spin. It's called drifting. And it originated in Japan before seeping into the mainstream in films like 2006's The Fast and the Furious Tokyo Drift.
I want to do nigga sideshow in the desert. What y'all niggas fucking around with, man? Real renegade. Real renegade, man. Real renegade, man. No thanks, no thanks.
Sideshow. within that zone. There was one, somebody got like ran over.
Fire erupting in an east.
Another weekend of illegal sideshows in the Bay Area. The dangerous stunt driving happened on the Bay Bridge, in San Pablo, in Richmond, and in Oakland, where police were also busy at the scene of a double homicide.
NBC Bay Area's Christy Smith spoke with city leaders about this ongoing problem with crime.
Wait, what?
Frustration in East Oakland. Neighbors taking matters into their own hands, installing street barriers to deter reckless drivers. But tonight, city workers removing those roadblocks.
This is what happens when you frustrate citizens.
We have been asking them for help for several months.
It just like put a roundabout. What the fuck?
Absolutely nothing.
A fed-up community demanding action from Oakland city leaders. Good evening, everyone. I'm Heather Holmes.
And I'm Mike Nieback. After years of complaining about out-of-control driving, residents taking it upon themselves, placing rock-filled tires out there on the busy streets. New at 10, KTV's Joey Horta, live tonight in studio. Joey, the city not allowing those tires to stay?
Nope. The city tells us they just found out about these barriers today. They sent crews out there to remove them, calling them a safety hazard. Frustrated neighbors telling us we plan to replace what was taken down today because we can't rely on the city to solve the problem.
Yeah, looks like it.
Homeowners along this stretch of East 21st Street in Oakland's San Antonio neighborhood are outraged. City crews encountered hecklers Tuesday afternoon while snatching up dozens of dirt-filled tires from the center lane. A group of neighbors admits to taking matters into their own hands by installing the tires as a barrier to prevent reckless driving, including sideshows.
They almost killed someone. There's a school up there. Kids have been hit on the street. There are people whose cars have been crashed into and totaled.
Neighbors claim the city is sideshows.
They almost killed someone. There's a school.
This was 10 p.m. They did this report.
Up there. Kids have been hit on the street.
Maybe they were doing it all day. That just no more days. And maybe they probably ran the story most of the cycle.
There are people whose cars have been crashed into and totaled.
Neighbors claim the city isn't doing enough to protect them. Odelson Souza says his 2-year-old son almost got hit by a speeding car on the sidewalk.
Please help us. Who else do we go call? Superman?
Neighbors also made 3 of their own roundabouts, reflective tape included, on nearby 18th Avenue just about 3 months ago. They illegally parked 2 vehicles in the intersection Tuesday to block city crews from taking down a roundabout.
Well, we are protesting this. It feels crushing. Yes, we want the city to
get them to build a roundabout.
During our interview, Oakland police drove through the intersection several times without taking action.
We have just been so disappointed with the city's inability or unwillingness to respond to clear and present danger.
A spokesperson for the city tells us in part, we all want safer streets, but increasing the risk to the public by installing hazards is not the solution. The city will be promptly removing these unauthorized, dangerous installations.
And not for the performative, making everyone feel better, renaming streets after dead rap artists. Do your job.
Neighbors say a reckless driver hit one of the tires on Saturday, causing the car to land on its side, and hope it will teach other drivers a lesson. They vow to keep installing more barriers until the city, they say, comes up with a permanent solution.
Obviously, you can get an idea of the frustration in that community, but what specific action do they want the city to take here?
So they want those barriers, that center median, I should say, removed from the road, and they want speed bumps put in. They say they're not going to hold their breath, though, because they're worried after years of asking that the city's not going to get it done.
Wow. Maybe you should like vote different, cause somebody be like, you should sell your home and move, and other people are like, why should you? That's like what you vote for. What are you voting for?
We are zeroing in right now. The Bay Area's sideshow problem. We're talking to.
Why is the West Coast so soft? Look, y'all niggas pretty soft over there, man. Extra fucking soft. Soft as cotton ball. Why is the West Coast so pussy? Y'all niggas some pussies, cuz. I'm waiting, man. Can you, like, you got an explanation? Why y'all so pussy over there? Explain this shit. You can pucker them lips up for a dick in your mouth all you want to, nigga. You can squeeze them lips together till they stick a mouth, till they stick fucking 10 dicks in your motherfucking mouth, nigga. Yeah, the West Coast is pussy. I'm waiting. Okay, heard them. They do walk-bys. Nothing. You just like, if I can't get like an answer. I'm gonna make a YouTube short about this. Like the West Coast pussy. That cowboy shit over, man. He said, I might go on vacation. Palm trees. 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 Which one is it? What's that shit called? Cause it's almost 11:11. 11, I was just surviving back in the speed. Everything else I wish for a day 11-11. That's my wish for 11-11. Riff Raff, now they mad.
Got my rims from Afghanistan. About to wrap it up. Pakistan.
Might jump ship with 400 grand.
Might jump ship with 400 grand. Might go on vacation. Palm trees.
There you go.
Cabbage. All this rice I brought, I should have bought a China cabbage.
I think Riff Raff is like top tier rapper. Shit don't have to rhyme, nigga. That's the point. You can say whatever the fuck you want to, cause that is very much the point of being a rapper. You're rapping. It don't have to rhyme. It don't have to be on beat. Nothing. That's the point, nigga. A song's a song, right? That is very much one of the established rules for rapping. This shit don't have to rhyme. It might sound better to some people if it does, but it don't have to. It is not a requirement. If you're going for that.
Can breathe in the Florida Keys. I might go on vacation. Palm trees.
Hurricane. Ain't shit sold about no hurricane, nigga. Why is the West Coast so pussy? B-52 over California. Yeah, in the desert. B-52 over Oakland.
B-52 Stratofortress crashed at Fairchild Air Force Base, Washington, United States, after its pilot, Lieutenant Colonel Arthur Bud Holland, maneuvered the bomber beyond its operational limits and lost control.
See, like, if that shit crashed here, like, who's gonna clean this up? Who's gonna clean this shit up?
The United States Air Force Boeing B-52 Stratofortress crashed at Fairchild Air Force Base, Washington, United States.
Look, even that shit, it left a cloud, right? You see the cloud it left? Ain't no cloud, cuz.
To its pilot.
Oh my gosh. Explosion with no cloud.
Ready?
Excuse me. Well, they're about to start running this shit, so sheesh, I'll just like stand there and stand around, huh?
For a spot like Western Cuba, be prepared for a Cat 3, although that looks less likely as we...
My bad.
This moment. And that's why you've seen this administration move out so actively with urgency, starting by...
Look, Joe, you should like probably get ready to, you know, get put in the ground realistically. I hear you pretty old, man. I seen you fall too many times. What happened with Granny? She kept falling, and that was it. That's how most old people die, apparently. They fall. Illegal settlements. Just by the numbers, cut. Falls lead to most old people dying. I'm sure there's like a better way of phrasing that.
Cause of injury and death in older Americans has been
There you go.
falls, according to a new report by the CDC. Even more disturbing, we're seeing a dramatic increase in falls over just the past few years. CBS 1's John.
They got out there falling too much, cut. Leading cause of death in elderly people, falls.
Leading cause of injury.
They falling and they can't get up. She started falling, and that was it. I was like, oh shit. They're so old and fragile. You're like, what the fuck do I do? She-Hulk showed up in her wheelchair. Alright, go ahead. Rolling around in her wheelchair. Yup. Cause this one, yeah, ain't gonna heal. With this one, G, ain't gonna heal. Like little Stevie and Malcolm in the Middle. Okay, keep rolling, 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 rolling. Cause I come and take your legs away. I seen it. I read like the World War Hulk thing, where you know, like, hey, sometimes you get hit with shit where you're just not gonna heal. Yeah, cause you can only go through that green door so many times to keep all your pieces. Them's the rules, cause it's not like infinite free fucking entry back into the park. How did you not know this, cuz? Get clapped and lose your legs. Hey, go ask Avatar Korra how that shit worked out for her. Cause I come and take your legs away. You saw when Guy used the 8 gates, cuz, right? He ain't walking no more. You didn't see that episode of American Dad where Haley shot Stan? I think she shot him, maybe. Haley shoots Stan. American Dad, Stan, wheelchair. What do you call them? Wheelie stupid head, something like that. There was this episode where Stan, he went full Joe Swanson. American Dad, Stan, paralyzed. Stan, paralyzed, American Dad.
My God!
I gotcha! I can't feel a What's that sound?
I made you some soup.
Your life will be a quadriplegic.
Well, that sounds fancy.
He said, "Hey, Will, we stupid ass," or some shit like that. Oh man. Pull the lever, crunk. He said he finna get crunk. Had some of that glacier water. They sang the same goddamn song for 16 hours. Weaselthorpe.
What are you?
Full of quagmire on him. What a quagmire. Because he was like, hey, what if we just combined like Quagmire and Joel? It's like the Wolf of Wall Street. You know what they say, Stan? Step on the crack. I mean, you're never going back. Step on the crack, nigga, that's a wrap. Yeah, Steve had bitches, and then he didn't, man. Shh. It's crazy. Steve Smith had bitches. Steve Smith had bitches until he didn't. Pretty wild. He had bitches and then he didn't have bitches. they explain in some episode that like I don't know, he gets a dog and like they keep killing his dog or something. Weird, right? What a time. From bitches to no bitches. Because Steve Smith dog, he had bitches and then he didn't. Again, no drop frame was interesting. I'm running the ads on fucking Twitch for some reason, man. He had bitches and he didn't. Chris Griffin, he used to get bitches. Oh my gosh, is that Dr. Disrespect guy? I used to deliver papers. I used to be the paper boy. I used to be the paper boy. Once I was the paper boy. I delivered papers to houses and apartments, and I couldn't stand the apartments because they all smell like cat piss. Just like the smell of cat piss. I never wanted to move into an apartment because I'm like, they all smell like cat piss. Cause paper boy. Yeah, they don't like do this shit anymore. I saw it in that episode of Dexter's Lab where he's like, you know, Dexter's dad, he's like, that coffee was pretty hot. no bike. Man, I could never imagine, you know, like having a paper bag, cuz. I could never imagine like riding a bike with the paper bag and like delivering that shit. First off, it'd be, they'll give you stacks of papers, cuz. You might have like, I don't know, cuz. You might have like 10 stacks of papers, cuz. Or 15. Or more, cuz. I mean, and then you have to like bag the shit your goddamn self. They don't give you the paper pre-bag. You have to do that shit your motherfucking self. I specifically remember, like, yeah, we had to like put the paper in the bag ourselves. That shit don't come in the bag. They don't do that for you. They're like, nah, you gotta do it yourself. I was like, relief. Up at like, I don't know, 2, 3, 4 in the morning delivering papers. It take time to do that route. It might take a couple hours. Delivering newspapers. Delivering newspapers.
Who does that? That's just totally
pretty wild. Shameful.
Oh, Karen and Ravi, the victim has been identified as 15-year-old Brian Jasso of Chicago, and police say his stepdad is a longtime newspaper delivery person, and Jasso was simply trying to help him out when he was shot.
Back when the shit was affordable, man. Well, the newspaper now costs like $5. I'm like, what the fuck? Went from like I don't know, like 5 cents to fucking $5, cause you get on the metro, them shits were like, here nigga, take this shit, here. You just like trying to smash the shit in your face. Like, nah, take it, nigga, take it. I'm like getting on the train, going to school. I'm like, nigga, I'm in high school, cuz. Why are you trying to give me this paper? And they're like, hey, it's their job. They gotta give them out for free, mind you. You gotta pull your crossbow out and shoot the bitch. There you go. My newspaper crossbow. My paperboy crossbow. It's like, robber. Well, officer, she was trying to rob me, so I had to shoot her in the head. She pulled out a gun, so I pulled out my crossbow. You know, now I'm talking about it, that's something I would give my kids. I give my kids a crossbow, cause not no damn gun. Like, yup, son, you're getting a crossbow for your birthday. I know you're only 5 years old, but you definitely can manage this crossbow, and it's not a firearm at all. So, crossbow.
And instead of going over an enemy's list, spend every day on your behalf.
It's such a great idea. I'd totally give my kids a crossbow for Christmas if I had kids. I've been thinking about it. I got a nephew or two. I'm like, man, I should give him a crossbow.
Price gouging on groceries. We will make housing and childcare more affordable.
Crossbow. Like, why not, right? Not illegal.
For seniors. Because on the issue of healthcare, I absolutely believe access to healthcare should
You don't have to register this shit. Alright, if you live in DC, right, you can't buy like firearms here easily. You have to get the shit registered. But with a crossbow, there's no such thing. They don't have it. And like, why would they, right? It's not a firearm. Yeah, like, they'll take your guns, but not your crossbow. Like, yeah. Pretty sweet deal. Oh, yeah, like, where you like, you know, the suppressor? Well, you're gonna love this fucking crossbow, cause this shit don't make noise out here. Good luck, you know. Good luck getting that fucking bolt out of wherever the fuck this shit hits you. You saw the report earlier where like, hey, you know, those stray bullets, like, oh, ain't no stray bolts, nigga. Yeah, I'm like, hey, cuz, y'all going, like, you know, take the traitor out, like, use a crossbow. You don't gotta worry about that shit missing, cuz. That's how I know you're not serious about it, cause you, like, really shot that nigga with a crossbow. What are you talking about? You're using a bullet.
And common sense solutions to the challenges you face. I am not looking to score.
You know, I don't have a crossbow, man.
I am looking to make progress. And
I just like shoot it somewhere, and, like in my backyard, and somehow it just ends up. It's like, where'd it go? I don't know what happened, cuz I have no fucking idea where this shit was. It just fucking disappeared, cuz. You ever have some shit like that happen to you, where you're doing something, some shit like leaves your hand, and it just disappears? You'll be like in a room somewhere, and the shit just vanishes, cuz. Like, where'd that shit go? Like, it got teleported somewhere. I've had this shit happen. It's been happening to me my entire life. Where I'll have something where, like, just it's right next to me. I haven't taken my eyes off it or nothing. Shit just disappears. Like, you know, where the fuck did it go? You'll be in the house with something, and it'll disappear, and you can't find it, cuz. You might never find the shit. It's like, oh, that shit just disappeared, cuz. Yeah, like how you lose something in your fucking house, man. I think a classic one is like when you lose your keys in the house, like, where the fuck did my keys go, right?
How hard my mother worked to give her daughters the same chances our country gave.
You'll lose some shit in your car or something, and you're like, yeah, you'll fucking tear the car apart, and you still can't find it. Like, where'd it go?
Of community, of
It's vanished, cuh.
I've spent my life fighting for people who have been hurt and counted out.
Especially keys to something, man.
Stop believing.
Cause those keys, they go to something.
Anything is
And people, this shit happens to them all the time. It'll be some shit.
And today,
They look top to bottom in their house where they've lost it, and it's just not in there, cuh.
in all of you, we are the promise of America. We
Shit ain't in there.
of America. I
It disappeared, baby.
grandparents across our nation who work every day for our children's future.
Yeah, no rewinds, cuh. Look, I had a lot of cell phones as a kid because of that 9/11 shit. Well, my mom was like, hey, you need this in case of an emergency. And, like, constantly my cell phone would get stolen. So, like, nah, ain't no going back. That's one of my reasons why right there. Because y'all motherfuckers some thieves. Like, really, cuz, you stole my cell phone, like my lifeline. But, like, when I come to school with that crossbow and, like, shoot you in the fucking brain, right? I'm wrong, huh? Cause, like, over in Sudan, they'll cut your fucking hands off for that shit, won't they? Huh? What a life lesson, right? Well, in Africa, they'll cut your motherfucking hands off for stealing. Like, what's this crossbow to the brain, right? Alright, come on.
To you in particular, I say I see your power, and I am so proud of you. We all applaud our first-time voters.
Nigga, my mama, she a single parent. Why you stealing my shit, nigga? Explain this. Cause you're a piece of shit that deserves a crossbow to the brain.
107 days ago, and from the beginning,
They'll be like they're less fortunate. Like, you got a 2-parent household. What are you talking about?
a fight for a future with freedom, with opportunity.
You got 2, I got 1. Who's less fortunate, cuz? How's that shit work? Same shit. Couple times. Football practice. I put my phone in my locker. I come back after practice and my phone's gone. I'm like, hey, cuz, nah, I'm not fucking with y'all. Your first time will be your last time, and you ain't getting another one around. So, oh well. How they say, there will be signs. Show's over. You enjoy that. You'll be like the Most High, like, yeah. I went over that with them, cuz I squished them.
When we do it together.
Nah, they live in Australia, nigga.
Of Americans before us.
I made sure your God lives in Australia, cuz, and I squished them
And to everyone who continues
like a bug. Yeah, I saw when you were like doing your little exercise in Australia, and they like knocked your helicopter down or something, huh? Cause you don't got the guts for it.
building community and building coalitions. And because of you, each of you,
like, he could. They ain't gonna be walking no more. Stuck in that wheelchair.
An undeniable truth that we are all in this together.
Nah, like this one, this French creation joint. I sent this to World Star, and they're like, nope. I'm like, okay, cuz that's how you want to go about it. They'll show you like some Iraqi kid's brain falling out, but you know, apparently that's just too much right there, huh? They're like, yeah, little Abdul, his brain fell out his skull, but like this, nah, cuz it's too much, right?
And your voice is your power.
Pretty suspicious, man.
So tonight I ask you one last time.
Yeah, I know some of y'all believe in reincarnation. Well, ain't none of that shit with me, baby. You seen Chakravartin, cuz. He got punched in the face a lot, I hear. Can you believe the Chakravartin was like copying my shit the whole time? Where he like, you know, he destroys reality and sends that nigga straight to the Naraka. Destroys their whole universe, sends that nigga to the Naraka like instantly.
Democracy is not a state, it is an act. Now it is our time to act.
Destroys their reality, whatever the fuck it was.
Campaign rallies. Next.
Pokes the ground and he's like to the Naraka. Alright, we'll open the shut before we get out of here. Na da 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 da. The moon is a severed head. How do y'all not know this shit? How long has the Earth had a moon? Another severed head. Wah, wah. The moon is Squidward's severed head. Oh well. And here's a crossbow. cry if you want to. Wow. Gojo versus. Really? You sure about that? The moon is a severed head. Look, y'all, you keep crying about this shit. You can cry if you want. You can cry all night. Now go ahead, come on. Show me what you got. We're waiting. It's okay, look, a funny clown. A fancy clown. There you go. Told you. Beat you to it. You know how it goes, cuz.
Your pleas fall upon deaf ears.
Hello.
Protect your neck, you must protect your neck. That's why somebody gave you night. You understand the significance of that now, right? I ain't say I killed them. I just said I cut their head off. I just punted the shit into space. Time is running out. GT. You had to like really deserve it for me to like be able to do it right, because we've established that's how this shit works. Can't do it unless you had it coming. Wouldn't do it unless you had it coming. This is it, huh? Y'all don't have anything here. It's just like pretend bullshit, right? All you got is this pretend bullshit, huh? Yeah, ain't nobody draw this shit. This is reality right here. You can be a pussy if you want to, cuz it ain't gonna help you. It's time you face the facts. It's pretty interesting that all your little bullshit's here in the first place, honestly. Really shows the difference, don't it? Made the Sages paths needed his brother to make the moon. Like, not me. You don't got nothing. Wow. I might not surprised. If you are what you say you are, a superstar, then have no fear. The moon splitters here, piercer of heaven. I don't think about this a lot, but for some of y'all, Bleach is like this horror show. Cause you're a little bitch. It's like this ultimate nightmare show to you. Black lady sings Ichigo's music. Yeah, you know, Goku, he doesn't have his own theme song, huh? When I think about it. See, he don't have no heart. Strongest video game character. Strongest character. This nigga retarded, cause you just have to sing a song. That's it. Man, beat all three of these niggas, cause beat all three of them. Be
Alright,
both
so
of
listen,
them.
welcome.
Today, I'm creating this Gojo Satoru.
See, oh, now you're doing both eyes, huh? Used to be one, now it's both of them. Buru. See, well, okay. Yeah, it's like, hey, you can say that they can do such and such, but like, you know, where's you showing them doing this shit? Who else is there left to beat? Cause what characters are left to beat? Man, you playing the severed head game, huh? YouTube Short is an interesting platform where you can just upload whatever bullshit you want. Where's my Kofi? My Kofi. Oh yeah, that freaking barbershop. Alright, that's enough of Australia. Teresa. I'm not gonna play favorites with your little election bullshit. Y'all niggas in the barbershop be bullshit. Be like they don't want to talk politics. You sure you don't want to talk about, like, you know, I don't know, like the shit that determines your everyday life? Would there be no more dead? Talk about sports or some shit. Like, really, nigga? You sure? Like, you know, what, like, this LeBron James pave your fucking roads? Or, I mean, like, who does that? Cause who makes sure the roads get paved? Who makes sure you can flush your fucking toilet? I don't remember the Steelers, you know, repaving the road or nothing. Stay away from the barbershop specifically, because it's too much bullshit, man. That you're going like entertain a traitor at all, like nah, cuz that's the problem with y'all. We let too much bullshit fly. That's why the community all fucked up, cause of fuck niggas like y'all. One joint I can never figure is like, you know, they'll be like the barbershop, and I'm like, hey, cuz why ain't the barbershop like part of the church or something? Like, sheesh, cuz. What's up with your tampons, nigga? That's some weirdos. Nigga, you yelling at women? That's some feminine shit, right? You must have ovaries to be yelling like that. God, don't you like shave your head, man? What the fuck? I guess you gotta get your head shaved on occasion. The Bible said that you're not supposed to shave the sides of your head. Bald, so unless you do like the whole head. I ain't never been with some shit like a fade. It's lay, B-I-B-L-E, bib lay. It's not E-L, Bible. Bibley. Hurry the fuck up. Bibley. Bibley. Lay. That's why I cut your mama's head off and punted it into space. Bibley. She-Hulk rolled up in her wheelchair. Oh, you see it right there. He's about to just like pull her head off and throw the shit into space, huh? Cause I mean, we know he could. Why wouldn't he? He's always angry. I know we went over that. Yeah, when the dust settled. Huh? Like a rock'em sock'em robot. The head came clean the fuck off. Like at Legoland, nigga. Bibley. Bibley. Bibleg. Bibleg. Leg. Legacy. Leech. Leap. Left. Leak.
So I've been
Bibley. Bibley. The Bibley. The Biblique.
On our last episode of Linus.
The Bibley. The Bibley. Your God is a joke. I cut their head off. Your God is a joke. I put them in a wheelchair. Bibley. She-Hulk rolled up paralyzed in her wheelchair. Every problem has a solution, apparently. With me, it does. Let Leaf. Leaf Erickson.
Ask any school child which European first set foot in America.
Lesbian. Bibly. Ooh, God hates lesbians. Well, there you go, huh? Bibly. God definitively hates lesbians. Le. Legal. Bibly. Bibly. God definitively hates lesbians. God despises lesbians definitively. Yeah, go ahead, keep lying to yourself, G. You're doing amazing. They really must not like you, cause you know this one, they could translate this, right? But biblically, where it's lesbians, says everything about your relationship, don't it? Leche. Leche. Which one is it, Bibly. Leche. Bibly. 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 Nope. Bibly. 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 I'm glad nobody's watching, because everybody can see that you're a joke, dude. Bibly. Bibly. Bibleche. Bibly. 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 The Bibly. Bibly. Oh, what took you so long? You know, I can't spell, but I can read, nigga. Seems fair to me.
Hi, this is Matt Baker.
5 more ICBMs for South Sudan.
The entire family tree of the Bible, all the way from Adam and Eve to the time of Jesus. I have done previous videos featuring races.
Who wanna be God when they're a joke? I'm not mocking you. It's a compliment. You're a joke. You're hilarious. You make people smile. You humor so many people and make them laugh. What a joke you are. Congratulations. No mocking required. We don't do mock trials around here. You should take it as a compliment. It's not mocking, it's a compliment. It's not mocking, it's a compliment. Mockingbird. I'm not no mockingbird. Who could I be mocking? You can't take a compliment. Cause you know, like it goes with this other thing. Like a glass of wine. Huh? I know you love some forbidden chalice. You don't know how to take a compliment, huh? Crazy. Why mock God when you can compliment them? Why mock God when you can compliment them? Why mock God when you can compliment her? Why mock God when you can compliment her? Your God was some inbred retard from Sudan. Cause it's a compliment. I could have said dumb piece of shit bitch, but nah, I was just being factual. If I was lying, may I be struck down right now. Here I am, still going. Why mock God when you can compliment the bitch? Why did God ask me for the light? Why did your God ask me for the light? Who's that cut? You talking about old bird brain? Yeah, I freed him. I freed Lucifer months ago. It was like, nah, little nigga, you free to go. said, let the birds go, let them fly away. The ones that don't come back ain't meant to be caged. Cause like, you know, who wants to keep a bird that like puts tuna on fucking baked beans? Cause you're fucking disgusting, man. You want some baked beans with that tuna, Lucifer? You want some baked beans with that tuna fish, Lucifer? There you go, cuz. The Bible. 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 Yeah, you can keep playing around, but I know North Korea ain't. The Bible. The Bible. The Bible. The Bible. We'll be at 420 like in no time. The Bible. The Bible. The Bible. The Bible. The Bible. The Bible. Huh? Let's try one more time. Give you one more chance. The Bible. The Bible. The Bible. Hey, I saw you platform. Oh well. The Bible. 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 You accumulated so many so quickly. The Bible. you know, I was doing it where I was like counting based off ads, but you know, I can go so much faster here. The Bibly. 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 But I got time. I literally I could do this probably for the next hour. The Bibly. 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 Supreme excellence is to win without fighting. The Bibly. 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 We're at 100 already. The Bibly. 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 Looks like I'm gonna get to bed early tonight. The Bibly. The The big boy. The big boy. Let me count it. The big boy. 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 140 ICBMs hit South Sudan. The big boy. 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 That was 20 right there. 160 ICBMs hit South Sudan. The big boy. 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 $180 ICBMs hit South Sudan.
Another.
The big boy. 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 I fucked up, my bad on that. The big boy. 200 ICBMs hit South Sudan. The big boy. 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 The the Bibly, 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 the Bibly. $220. 220 ICBMs hit South Sudan. The Bibly, 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 the Bibly. 240 ICBMs hit South Sudan. 240 ICBMs hit South Sudan. The Bibly, 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 the Bibly. 260 ICBMs hit South Sudan. We're making great time here. The Bibly, 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 the Bibly. 285 ICBMs hit South Sudan. The Bibly, the Bibly, the Bibly, the Bibly, the Bibly. 290 ICBMs hit South Sudan. The Bibly, 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 the Bibly. 300 ICBMs hit South Sudan. The Bibly, 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 the Bibly. Oh, I fucked up. The Bibly, the Bibly. I think that was 320. 320 ICBMs hit South Sudan. The Bibly, 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 the Bibly. The Bibly, 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 the Bibly. 340 ICBMs hit South Sudan. He said, I'm all, we have to whip one nigga's ass tonight. I'll get to bed early. The big boy, 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 the big boy. Because repetition is so important, cause 360 ICBMs hit South Sudan. Let's see, combining them together, that's 780 combined ICBMs for Sudan, regardless of whether the country is split or not. 780. The Bibli, 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 the Bibli. 370 ICBMs hit South Sudan. I don't even have to play Master Duel. We don't have to watch any ads. Look at how much ground we cover. We went from 25 to 370 in less than 2 hours. The Bibli. 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 The Bibli, the Bibli, the Bibli, the Bibli, the Bibli, the Bibli. 390 ICBMs hit South Sudan. The Bibli, the Bibli, the Bibli, the Bibli, the Bibli, the Bibli, the Bibli. The Bibli, the Bibli, the Bibli. 400 ICBMs hit South Sudan. The Bibli, 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 the Bibli. The Bibli. 210 ICBMs hit South Sudan. The Bibli. 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 $420 ICBMs hit South Sudan. Now let's go get some losses real quick, so I can keep adding. Because right now it's 840. I know Gohan told you no mercy. $840 ICBMs hit Sudan and South Sudan. well, it ain't my fault if you can't comprehend this shit. You're supposed to be intelligent, right? So much for your AI shit, huh? And now they like it's an even tally. I can just double up. Cause I told you 400 times. Whatever, cuz I don't care. Don't mean shit to me. One new card, no. Wow, no opponents. I'm gonna have to count that as a loss, cause I'm gonna have to tally that one. When I can't find an opponent, that's a loss. I lost my time. Of course it counts. Do 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 Hey, Master Duel, I bet this looks great for you, huh? Yeah, I bet you want to spend your money on some game where you can't find an opponent. Alright, here's what I'm gonna do when I don't find an opponent for the next one, because it's like 3 in a row. I'm gonna just add 100 losses. Because that's fair. Why not? Well, it was about like 90 seconds, so you know, that's like 90 losses for me. Equivalent exchange cut, because I'm gonna lose this many anyway, so you know, might as well. Every time I'm at 100 losses. Cause I already know, G. Man, when 2,000 ICBMs hit Sudan, god damn. What a well, won't be no stories after that. It'll all be flat, huh? Just 2 more, cause saving time. Cause who feels like surrendering like 400 more times? Let's just count it. Like, oh, I couldn't even find an opponent. There's got to be like 100 losses. This is great. Thanks. We did the same thing with old Annie. How you think she ended up in that attic? It's a hard knock life for you. It's a hard knock life for you. All these losses I collected gave me quite the perspective. 'Cause even when I lose, I'll win, said the God without sin. Yeah. Well, thanks to just to save me time, I'ma like, when I say it once, I'ma count it as 100. The Bibli. Hey. Oh well, that's on you, not on me. The Bibli. Yeah, that's what I like to see right there. The Bibli. The Bibli. The Bibli. The Bibli. That's 500. $900. 920 ICBMs hit South Sudan. 920 ICBMs hit Sudan. The Bibli. $1,020 ICBMs hit South Sudan. 1,020 ICBMs hit Sudan. 2,040 ICBMs hit Sudan and South Sudan. 240. 240. 40. 2040 ICBMs. 2040 ICBMs. 2040. Two 2056. 2056. 2056 ICBMs hit Sudan and South Sudan. Hey, see ya. Bye-bye. 240 ICBMs. 2056 ICBMs hit Melbourne, Australia. Well, it's time to go. What a stream.
Well, we'll have a head on.
You know the deal.
Yeah, mine's a goggles and sombrero.
20s and G's are the best ones.
Yeah, G's is like a sombrero.
You gonna shoot me in front of everybody?
Chill.
What's up?
Don't worry.
Fair. That's what I'm saying, thugs. It doesn't make sense to me. I'm not saying she's not pretty. I just, you know.
8 cents. Holy
Really?
shit.
People are pretty steez, you know. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I know 4 reasons in the name, Mike King.
Don't forget.
You already know.
I'll keep an eye on you, and the moment I sense the slightest weakness, I'll toss you to the ground, stomp on your skull, and crush it like an egg!
Takaraですらない。さて、次だ。新たな宝、未知なる系。それはどこにいる？
Legendary gods of Egypt, please hear my call. In the name of every pharaoh that came before, I now beseech thee.
Awaken, mighty obelisk, and rid the sacred palace of this darkness.
I know why you're here. You're here to ask me some questions. Well, too bad. I've already answered them myself. I don't need you anymore. Come on, poser.
I'm up to the land. I'm up by the sailor man. I'm up by the sailor man. I'm strong to the finish as I eat me spinach. I'm up by the